Yeah. Yeah. You know, before I go on and move through, software's weird. I don't like software sometimes. It's kind of silly what happens. Kind of silly what happens when things are expected to work and it doesn't work as much as I thought it was going to. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. But let's get in. I'm silly, you're silly. Let's switch right over. Hey, I'm on screen. How's it going, everybody? Just this camera slightly. There we go. How's it going? Oh, man. We are here. We are live and alive. I don't know about alive, but we're here at the very least. Oh, man. Things are transpiring. How's it going, everybody? We were just here not too long ago, and we're back. I'm glad we're back. You can already see our guest hanging out in the chat already, but also you would have known who this is since you saw the thumbnail. We've got our good friend Yin, or Kyler, however you want, however you know him. Lots transpired since he was on the podcast last. It's been over a year since that happened. Lots happened. Lots changed. Not just within the scene, but a bunch of external factors. But it's been that way for a lot of us, right? I will say that I expect this to go some places. So let's see how well we can get ourselves situated, and let's see how well we can, we can enjoy ourselves, because that's the whole point of this, right? So let's see if our guest is ready himself. Well, he is, but let me start the phone call.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, tío?
¿Qué dice, compa? ¿Qué dice, compa?
Been trying to workshop the Spanish a little bit more lately.
I know. Let's get you on screen.
Get me in here.
There you are.
Hey.
There we are.
Tío.
There we are. This is exactly where we need to be. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going great, man. I'm tired. I'll be so honest, that the stream that I did earlier today, I don't know if you tuned in at all or anything like that.
I saw that you went on. I was like, oh crap. Yeah. I want to see what's going on, but I'm trying to do some things for the house.
And no, I did a Rivals bingo stream. So I don't know if you were tuned into the speedrunning sphere back a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But there was this big thing where you would do a bingo board of random objectives that
mm-hmm.
so it wouldn't just be things that you would always go for in the speed run. So in Minecraft speedrunning, there's very specific stuff you go for, but you would never focus on making a bed. That's fucking pointless.
Yeah.
And so it would be random shit like that. And so you would try to race to get different objectives. And so me and Raven did that for Rivals Ranked. And so it would be shit kill with Orcane Bubble Butt. It would get an Olympia upbeat kill off stage. There was one that I will never be using on that fucking bingo board again. Try to get the opponent to copy your emote 3 times in a row. Jesus Christ. Y'all rivals players, y'all don't be emoting. Come on. Get in the chat with me,
You
dog, you
gotta
know?
do some things, man.
Yeah, come on.
We bought this game to do some silly. Why are we doing it?
Yeah, like, this is a silly ass game, let's run it.
For real, for real. When
Also,
I
welcome
saw
to
it, I
my
think you
basement.
by the time when you went live, I think it was like 10 or something over here
It
on the West
would've
Coast.
it
10 or
would've been
11.
9
It would have been 9. Okay, so it was even earlier than I thought. I was like,
yeah. It
golly.
was 10 my time. Yeah.
Yeah, oof. Yeah, I think I had just finished having breakfast and we are going to go do some. I don't even remember at this point anymore. The day's so blurry. Like the work week is like killing my memory.
That's real, that's real. Yeah, no, it
You know
was a
how it is.
long stream day for me.
Ooh, I know. So this puts you at like what? By the time we finish in like about 3 hours or so, if we go that long, but chances are we will. You'll
Oh, we
be
will.
yeah. It's gonna be like what mm, like
3 hours from now would be 7, so, like, a 10-hour day.
10-hour day on and off streaming.
Yeah, I got, like, an hour break in between to, like, go upstairs, say hi to Nami, kinda snuggle, and, like, play some, like, New York Times word games and shit, and that's about it.
Decompress the brain ever so slightly.
Yeah, yeah. I needed it. I forget how so, like, doing this pod is a lot easier because like I gamer lean. I gamer lean the fuck
Yeah.
out when I am gaming. And so like feet planted on the floor and like you could see this floor. This is one of the unfinished rooms of the house
Yeah.
we're renting. This is stone. This is concrete shit.
Ooh.
My feet are frigid. So like going upstairs, I'm like, Jesus, my feet are cold. Like my body's cold. Nami's so warm, just been snuggled in bed for like hours. I'm like, God.
For real, for real. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
I was literally I was like thinking to myself, Amor, let's go watch some slop. And we just like watched like phone reviews for the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. So we're gonna eventually leave our current cell phone company and then go to our ISP, who's also a cell phone provider. Is like, well, that's the case. Let's just also get new phones while we're at it. So we're like, oh, let's watch some good old slop reviews of like of some like smartphones. And then I was like, oh no, the sun's shining just right on the couch. The dogs are falling asleep on the sides of us, and we're like,
Nice and
and then
comfy, family cuddled up.
and then the alarm went off. It's like, all right, time to get ready.
That's real shit. The minute so like I hit you up because I'm like, normally he would have hit me up, but so little behind the scenes chat.
Yeah,
10 minutes before I hit up Jesse because like normally bro is hitting me up like 20 minutes ahead of time to be like, yo,
yeah,
you game, you know, you're ready. I'm like, yep, we're all set. You know, both me and Jesse have this very like, hey, let's make sure to communicate, be on time type of thing.
for real.
And I'm laying it and I'm like, there's something going on in the background. I might be taking a nap here in 5 seconds. If
It always
so, like, let
happened.
me hit him up, see what's going on.
Yeah, that whole
Sure
software
enough,
thing
that
is like I got to the computer, like all of a sudden my mic disconnected, my external drive disconnected from like a USB hub that I'm using. I'm pretty sure that's what happened last time in the middle of the last one. So I tried to like disconnect as much as I can so I can have more free ports. So I got like some USB hubs, but like my OBS is technically on my external drive and not directly on my PC. So like if I record, it would either go on the external drive or on my secondary drive. And I think that's what like made everything like disappear for a second and like shut down for a moment. I was like, oh god, no. no. So I was like panicking for like 10, 15 minutes. Like I was like, oh God, literally at the last possible second. Okay, we're good.
I feel that. I feel that.
Oh, fellow thumbs and dance, how's it going? I'm straight as this is Drug Who Plays, and we have our guest who has been here before, one of our returning guests. Say hi.
Yo, what's up, fam?
Oh God, my friend. It's been a while.
It has.
It's been a while. It's been over a year, I think, since the last
Over
time
a
you were
year
on.
since I've been on your pod, and even like 6 months, give or take, since you've been on my stream. Even it's been a
Give or
while.
take, yeah, somewhere along them lines, something along that time frame. And I was like, oh God. I was like, no, this was like 8 months ago or something at most. No, well over a year.
Yeah, because it was right when I had first moved in with Tuesday. But like
Yeah,
I was moving in still with Tuesday. It was before I even had any of my shit there. So it would
yeah.
have been like December, November of 2024.
Yeah, so like we're at well over a year at this point on that one. The other thing, funny part about that too is what I remember was like you weren't even using your own. You didn't even have your own setup.
My setup was back in my apartment.
Yeah, you're using Tuesday setup on that one.
Yeah. It was that. So okay, for chat, we'll do a little recap, little reminder of like what all was going on at the time, because that was a big life changing set of
Oh,
things
it
that
was insane.
I had been less than a year after I had left the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Day Saints, so less than a year since I had been uh considering myself Mormon. It had been uh it would have been like 4 months since me separating from my now ex-wife, and only like 3 months since I had said, "Hey, I'm done. I'm calling it. This is divorce time." Uh at the time, I thought I was going to slow down on commentary. I was like, "Okay, I'm going to need to get some money up and everything. Get in a better financial spot. I'm kind of slowing down on comms. I don't think I'm gonna get that many big gigs for now. We'll take a break." That is all the positions I was at.
Hmm.
It had been a couple of years, probably like 2 3 years, like that was full swing when I was starting to really get deep in the weeds on leftist thought and everything. Um a lot has happened since then,
Hmm.
obviously.
Yeah, there's been a lot of tournaments. There's been a lot of casting
Been a couple of,
opportunities.
small tournaments. Nothing big, I'm sure.
We'll get into that in a second. There's been some tournaments. There's been some pretty decent life changes. Some fun journeys, some fun leftist journeys that you had me privy to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You
have
you've been
you
you've been
know,
on that ride with me.
yeah. So let's kind of start off real quick, man, with where we last like left off, like as far as like the state of what it was you were doing, like because this is all like we said December of 24. um at this point like Eugene Bound hasn't even happened yet.
Eugene Bell
The
Summers hadn't happened.
the entire year has been gone, has come and gone here. So what I'm trying to remember, what would have been the first thing that you went on just after that time frame? Would it have
First,
been Genesis Black?
no, I had already done Genesis Black at that point.
Okay.
I did the first Genesis Black. I didn't do the second or third Genesis Blacks.
Hmm.
Uh, that's kinda like something so this is kind of a, like, a weird love-hate relationship when it comes to commentary, because you always want to give, like you want gigs and events to give spaces to new people, and Genesis Black is very hard to get. Not in the same way as Genesis, but like Genesis Black is hiring a lot of NorCal people and keeping it very much to in region, to the point where I don't know about Genesis Black 3. Um, but at least with Genesis Black 1 and Genesis Black 2, there'd only been 3 out of region casters, not even out of state, but
Out of
3
region.
people, yeah, that weren't NorCal. Genesis Black 1 had me and TK Breezy,
Mm-hmm.
and then Genesis Black 2 had Combo. Um, and so, like, Genesis Black, the main casting director for, or, like, not casting director, but one of the people with the most influence over who the extra slots are who are out of state is Jet.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, he has a lot of that same viewpoint as me, where he understands how difficult it can be to get in the door within Genesis in of itself, but Genesis Black is kind of part of that door.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was one of those things where, like, me and Combo haven't been back to Genesis Black. TK hasn't been back to Genesis Black, even though all three of us have done it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I did the first Genesis Black. I haven't been back to Genesis Black since. So the first big thing after we did the pod would have been Best of the West.
Oh yeah, Best of the West 3 at that point, right? Because 4's coming up.
Yeah, four is
In
coming
2
up.
weeks, I think.
No, much more than 2 weeks.
Wait,
It's like 2 months,
2
2 3
months.
months.
What's happening in 2 weeks?
2 weeks. I
Like in the
don't.
21st. Wasn't there something happened on the
I
21st?
I don't know. I'm not going to it. That's why. No. Best of the West 4 is the only thing that I
Mhm.
am officially publicly booked for right now.
Yeah.
I have to, like, add all these stipulations 'cause, like, there's always the talk in the background of, like, "Hey, I would like to have you at said event. I don't know what the budget looks like. I don't know what applications look like yet." And
Mhm.
so, like, obviously, I am talking to a lot of events, especially now, because, like, okay, like, I guess let's catch up before we talk about,
Yeah.
like, where I'm at headspace right now. So we had Best of the West.
Mhm.
Um, I'm definitely going to miss some things because I know there were some smaller things scattered in here.
Mhm. Mhm.
But
But
Best of the West 3,
highlights if you may.
yeah, highlights. We're hitting the, like, big highlights. Best of the West 3, I love Best of the West. Is my favorite event to attend. Obviously, I know that, like, a lot of people heard or kind of knew that there were some issues with Best of the West 3, like, funding. They had some, like, people, they had some sponsors fuck them over,
Mhm.
and everything. That being said, they did work out a deal to where, thank God, they were able to pay everybody out. Um, before they went ahead and officially, like, they did a small little teaser at Eugene Bound Summers that, like, Best of the West 4 was in the works. They had me as somebody on the back end, I knew what the dates were back then. I knew all the, like, me and Morag were talking very personally because I wanted to make sure that, like, it wasn't another Santa pause situation, one. Then
Oof.
two, I also wanted to make sure to reassure other people that, like, hey, this is the situation. That way there's open communication. That way they knew it wasn't a Santa pause.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Best of the West 3. Um, and then I had Major's Mansion, which I commentary directed. Unfortunately, we had, like, a caster who had some, like, we had 2 casters last second had to drop out.
Oof.
One, due to understandable reasons. One, this motherfucker knows who they are. Goddamn, I love you. Show up! God damn it, you fucked yourself over more than anything else! You are so good, you're so talented, you're such a homie. You just fuck yourself over and over and over again. Oh my god. It's so hard for us other casters to fight for you when it happens repeatedly. And Jesse, I know you know exactly who the
I know
fuck
who you're
I'm
talking
talking
about. I know. I know. I already know.
so I ended up
No leaks.
doing both. I ended up doing both top 8 of Rivals for that event and then
Yeah.
top 4 of Ultimate for that event, which, oh my god! Fuck you, PNW Ultimate, okay? Fuck y'all. You know, Lammers, you motherfucker. Lammers, fucking JDP, like, shit. All of you are the campiest fuckers on earth. Stop. Um, so there was
Oh.
that. There was I feel like there's another like decently sized one that I'm forgetting, but then I had Eugene Bound Summers,
Hmm.
which that thing blew up like a motherfucker.
Yep.
Uh, Shout outs to Diego.
Diego de
The amount of
Fuego,
work,
past
yeah,
guest.
Diego Del Fuego, love that boy. He's getting married. That's why there's no like Eugene Bound on the horizon right now.
Hmm.
I wish I knew if or when the next one was happening, because then I would. I'll be honest. I'm very much a guy who loves doing little hints and teases that are
Yeah.
on the low enough that you can't pinpoint what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you know ball, you know ball. But no,
If you're a
Diego's getting
knower.
married. He just called me like a couple of weeks ago to get my Addy and everything to send me the invite. Love that guy. I'm
Nice.
so happy for him. Eugene Bound Summers.
You know what?
Uh,
The perfect wedding gift is definitely going to be a like $200 Costco gift card.
all for pizza. It'll all
All
be
for
for pizza.
pizza. All for
Yeah, yeah.
unless somehow you're able to get a deposit on that
On the venue.
multi-unit apartment building that's going to be built out here in LA, that's going to be on top of the Costco. I think
Real.
that will
He would love
cause it. That will have it. That I added him immediately when I saw that, and it's like, you know what? I think Diego's finally going to come. Is going to move to SoCal for this.
he would save all of his money on food from buying $5 pizzas.
Yeah,
It'd save you money.
dollar
Uh,
50 hot dogs and all.
no, that was a fucking uh roller coaster of an event for me and him to put together. For
Yeah.
me, him, the rivals team like Dominique, Sawstep, um,
Hmm.
there were so many people behind the scenes doing so many different things. Of course, love to the Tempest guys. I fucking phenomenal
Mm.
streamers. Kaizai, Seo, love those guys. Nasta, like I brought on Nasta for that event to help me direct comms. And I Nasta and Diego, and George Lentini, all of them can attest to how upset I was at it becoming a major. It's sad, while loving that it was a major.
So
Because
I actually want to talk about that because at the beginning, it looked like Eugene Bound was going to be like a B tier. And then like it suddenly, I think it did it make it to S, or was it ended up like A plus?
it came close. It would have been an S if we didn't have a couple of people drop out.
Mm.
As the caster
Still.
for top 4 of that event, I was very thankful said people dropped out. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
If I had to cast Capitancito and Wrath in top 4, right there on screen.
It would have been Wrath for sure. Capitancito would have been close, but I think it would have been Wrath in top 4.
I don't know. Capitancito could have made it because, like, that top 8, so that was my first ever major top 8, by the way.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted so bad to, like, give the top 8, top 4 to, like, Mars bars, to like buy like not Bidot, because Bidot has done like big stuff like that, but like Jay Lunatic, like
Mm-hmm.
give like some really good blocks to given at this point Mars bars had those good blocks because like we had given those to him in the past. But I was like, yeah, let some new blood take that good shit. I'll do top 4 of Rivals, the fun game that I love so dearly. And it became a major, and I'm like, fuck. Because on the back end, the way I looked at it, the way me and Nasta looked at it as commentary directors, is it no longer was just about like giving casters the opportunities at a large national blocks. Like I've done plenty of top 4 and top 8s of nationals, like I can do without another. I'm cool with that,
Mm-hmm.
like I've done plenty. I would much rather give it to Mars Bars, to Jay Lunatic, to Soup Dude, like these other guys that I love, care for, and see the potential in to be these big names in the future, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And I would even argue that Mars Bars should be considered that big name right now.
Yep.
He doesn't get the flowers he deserves. He's a phenomenal caster.
Mm-hmm.
But like it became this thing of like, all right, we're a major. We are the biggest event in the world on this weekend. We have to put the best casters we have on these blocks. And when looking at that roster, there was not a duo that came close. And I don't mean like, oh, we have an S tier duo and an A tier duo. No, I mean, there was not a duo for those comms blocks that
Mm-hmm.
was anywhere close to what I knew me and Lentini would do.
Yeah.
And so it was like one of those things where like, all right, well, I'm not doing top 4 of rivals because I'm gonna be doing top 4 of ultimate with George and everything because we are the two biggest names at this event. We
Mm-hmm.
are two really close friends. And at that point, we had done blocks together at the past 4 events that we had been to together.
Yeah.
We were doing block after block after block at
Very
different
primed and warmed
majors.
up for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and like not only that, like there's like only 2 or 3 people that could even like if you're putting me or Lentini on a block, there's only 2 or 3 people that would do as good as one of us with paired with the other
Mm-hmm.
because of how well we know each other, how much we practice and study together. Like given I had something come up, but last night me and him were going to be going over our Genesis block. Little spoiler to what the highlights were, but like that's how close me and Lentini are. We're rooming at everything. We're like
Mm-hmm.
doing this weird nerd out session over like, oh, what if we phrased a sentence in this? Do you realize how fucking nerdy that shit is? Like,
Man.
if we change the phrasing of this sentence, this makes the audience start to subconsciously think of it in this different way. That is how fucking nerdy there's a reason why we are this good together,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, like that was my first major top 8, and it was also my first major top 4. We fucking killed that shit. That block I have okay, as somebody who has a hard time enjoying Ultimate now,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a reason why you don't see me on the mic as much for Ultimate because I don't want to take up those spots a lot of the time if it's going to take it from somebody who cares and loves more about the game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Um, that block was one of the greatest fucking top 8s of the past 3 years. Uh, that top 4, so the top 8 across the board was Kurama. Kurama's
Mm-hmm.
first top 8 at a major since Crown 3, by the way.
Yep.
It was Kirash.
Yep.
Kirash's first ever top 8 at a major. It was Leo. It was Sonics. It was Mutace. It was Ouch. And it was holy shit, Zog and
Mm-hmm.
Andre. Zog and Andre. That's a
Yep.
fucking fire top 8.
That's a great character diversity, great diversity of top 8 finishers that like we haven't seen. Like how often do we see a Falcon in top 8? Right, we don't really see that very often. Zog, what?
That was Zog's
Like
second
what?
top 8 ever.
I
Getting top 8 at Gommel prior to that.
What was that though? Oh yeah, you're right. I was thinking about
Zog
it,
had
but
just
also
popped
like
up on the map.
a duck hunt.
Yeah, a duck hunt.
A duck
First
hunt.
duck hunt to do it since Rido.
Yeah. And like
Let's go.
there's kids right now who don't even know who Rido is.
True. And
So they don't remember Smash World Tour where they went to Chile and Sekai Dago ended up qualifying for Smash World Tour. You know what I mean?
like, and I have to say, Zog was the hero of that bracket.
Oh,
like I know
1000%.
that like off rip, Duck Hunt sounds like the lamest motherfucker to pull into that top 8. Zog beat 3 different Steves and beat Lammers to make it there. Thank God for Zog.
Oh, girl got it. Girl got it like that, apparently.
I was so worried that bracket was gonna be like fucking like Toon, Lammers, JDV, like and love to all those people, especially to JDV. I love Jose. He's a sweetheart. But like, damn, it really could have been that PNW bracket again.
It could have been.
Really
It was real PMW.
it was a lot of campers. Instead, it ended up being just, oh my god, the storylines across the board too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I will say, this is, look, I'm pretty sure some of the people who like react to the streams know this. Specifically like I'm sure is very aware of this, that like
Yeah.
us casters, some of us are going to watch their reaction streams.
Yep.
I found it so goddamn funny. So like and Lentini are like homeboys and everything. I wanted to make sure to bring that, like, there's this calculation when you hop
Mm-hmm.
on a block of like, okay, what is the event? What does the event want? What does it stand for? And since I work so closely with the PNW scene, since I specifically was the commentary manager of this event, I knew exactly what we wanted. We wanted that classic PNW, like not just West Coast, but especially PNW style comps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, be a fucking psycho motherfucker. be Arbiter, be Yin, like be these motherfuckers that are like popping off at the mouth, saying crazy shit, like hyping the shit up. Not like to a weird, corny extent, but bring that hype. And so I remember, out of curiosity, I'm like, I'm curious what EE thinks, because like this is a motherfucker that I've studied when I was on the come up, especially back in like 2021, 2022 and shit, 2023. And I go through it. He's like, damn, Yin just hit a line of coke. And I'm like, yeah. It's my first major top 4. I was a little nervous, and so I put a little too much sauce on it. It was lit. It was fun. It was great. Thankfully, the sets, they delivered. But like,
the sets delivered. It hit a couple too many rails, man. That's what it was.
Bro, that was more than a gram or two. I was counting the whole goddamn brick.
Oh, I didn't realize it was actually snowfall in the summer.
Snowfall. I love how it was called summer. It was in like September, like late September.
Listen, with climate change and everything, summer's relative now. Like for us, like, so for us, the cool down didn't happen until like mid-December out here in SoCal. And
we
like
didn't get snow in Utah until after Christmas.
Yeah. We didn't have the threat of snow. So we get the threat of snow sometimes out here. Yeah. And when it does, it shuts down parts of our freeway because there's one section of a town from where we live down to like into like deeper LA County, that like when it snows, it actually shuts down the freeway there because it snows real heavily. That threat didn't happen until like mid-January, which is like 2 months later than when that normally happens.
Yeah. Hey, look, climate change ain't going to be the main theme of this, but I just want to hit on this now that it's up. The whole science behind climate change is the side effect will be that 1 year we will get extreme cold, extreme blizzards. The next year will be extremely dry, extremely warm. So you tell me how we're having record-breaking hot summer or hot winters into record-breaking cold winters every other. It's almost as if the science is fucking correct. All right, Arizona had snow. Sorry, correction. Phoenix, not Arizona, because Flagstaff gets snow and everything. Phoenix had snow for the first time 4 years ago in over 50 years. And it wasn't a small snow either. Okay? They got several inches.
In LA, when it snowed in LA 2 years ago, it was the biggest gap in between snowfall in LA ever. The biggest gap, I think it was like 45-ish, almost 50 years, when before snow in LA used to be every 20 years. So like it more than doubled in the time frame. So last time it snowed in LA was like in the 70s, which meant we missed like an entire cycle and a half of like when light dustings of snow were actually supposed to be hitting the ground in LA and like up into like the San Fernando Valley and throwing so on and so forth. Like something that like I tell people that people don't know, when the Spanish came in through and saw the mountains of LA, they saw snow-covered mountains that they thought that they reached the land of the angels, hence Los Angeles, right? That's where that comes from. So, like the fact that that's happening is really a testament to how fucked we are here. But
Well, hey,
that
enough of that woke
means,
shit. If you keep it up, I'm gonna call ice. All right, there will be a different type
but
of snow.
I will say that means the boundaries of when Eugene bound summer now becomes May through like October.
Yep. Hey, we hit it then. It was in September. It was like late September.
Like out here, like I still needed the AC like deep into October. That's how bad it was. So summer's now like May through October.
It was nice. It was minus if I remember correctly, there was some time of it that had like some rain and that was kind of cold. But outside of that, it was like very nice weather. Especially for being like Eugene, Oregon in late September.
So Eugene bound.
Yep, Eugene bound summers.
Eugene bound summers pops off, ends up being an A+ tier. I believe that was a Leo dub, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the best storyline of the event. Is that like Mudace beat Sonics in Winterside, which already is a phenomenal by Mudace. Sonics gets the run back, makes it to Grands, and Leo and Sonics, both of which Sonics hadn't won an event in over a year, or I should say major in over a year, had gotten second at every major for over a year. Leo hadn't won a major in over 2 years. And so either way, it became this
someone's
battle.
Streak. Whose
it was
streak
like,
finally ends.
Battle of the two old heads. Who is coming back into shape. And game 10, 2 reverse 3-0s, by the way. Both sets were reverse 3-0s. Or no, it was going to be a reverse 3-0 inside of set number 2, but Leo shut it down in that final 10th game. Like Leo fucking farms Sonics at the beginning of set 1. Sonics decides, hey, I'm reverse 3-0ing you. Leo then, like, all of a sudden goes from looking dead, like could not do shit, went Robin, got farmed. Goes Aegis, fucks up Sonics, and then Sonics is like, wait, I'm also the greatest. And like phenomenal game.
Which down the line, for those that don't remember, the next thing that Sonics wins ends up being another port priority, which is insane. That like the last thing he won before port priority was port priority, also helping defend NA against the Japanese invaders to keep the title back in NA. He did it twice.
Shut the fuck down out of me and Aquila.
He did that twice.
At that first port win, I remember everyone was like, damn, Aquila or Mia are just gonna farm it and everything. And then he 3-0s Aquila and Mia both, like makes them look like little children that they are. You know?
For real. I still think that's hilarious that, like, again, the first thing he wins is port priority, but because the last thing that he won was port priority defending against Japanese invaders.
It wasn't a port because it was a February event.
Yeah, you sure it wasn't port?
I'm sure it wasn't port because I know one of the storylines that I brought up was the last major he won was in February of, that would have been 2023. And so I looked that up specifically.
I could have swore it was a port because
February 2024, because it hadn't been quite a year yet.
Yeah. Ooh. Maybe it's just the one that I remember.
It was the bigger one. It was the bigger one.
Yeah, I think one of the funniest ones, like that, like kept that like Sonic's like second place streak going was it First Attack? I think it was a it was a Puerto Rican. No, it wasn't Puerto Rican. I think it was a Dominican Republic. And top 8 was literally the top 8 seeds, except like seed 7 was in winners, seed
Sonic
6 was in was in losers, seed 5 was in losers, and seed 8 was in winners. So like the lower halves of the top 4 and the top 8 were flipped. that was funny. So, but top 4 played out exactly like top 4 was supposed to play out according to the bracket, and that was the tournament. So Leo got third. It was Sonic's Spargo Grands, and Spargo took it with his plant.
Oh, yeah. That was when, dude, everyone clowned on Sonic so hard.
Oh, I was like, poor guy.
You know what it'd be.
That was more of the splant propaganda that everyone believes in the Spargo plant, the splant, if you may.
Hey,
it worked.
Won the highest entrant count event in Ultimate, by the way.
Say again?
Piranha Plant won the highest attended event ever in Ultimate's history. A lot of people don't know this. Do you know what player it was?
What do you mean? Wait, what was the highest?
Hey, I am talking a major event.
Mm-hmm.
It was the highest attendance in any Ultimate event. The highest entrant count of any Ultimate event thus far.
Was it a Japanese?
No.
It wasn't a Japanese. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I don't think I know this.
You won't ever get this.
No, I don't think so.
A Quarantine Series event won by Spencer Bestness. He did not use Plant for most of the event.
He did. It was
over Leo.
That was the
he beat Leo with the Plant.
It was the Moist Critical series, right?
I don't know if it. I have no idea. That was when, that was before I came into the scene.
I want to say that was
Quarantine Series is what it was called.
Yeah, the Quarantine Series. That was Moist Critical or Charlie. Yeah, Charlie, Moist Critical, Penguin Z, however you know him. Terrible with branding.
Hey, it worked. I don't know how it worked.
Yeah, the Quarantine Soak Series, I think is what it was called. That was him. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, God, oof.
That I know this because one of the players in Utah loves Piranha Plant, and he loves to joke around. Shout outs to Puddles, love you, love you, TJ. You're the love you so goddamn much. Shares a birthday with me too.
Oh,
love TJ. Yeah, no. I'll give you a little funny story about that in a second here. But loved memeing on people when they would talk about Plant being dog shit. Of like, well, Plant won the biggest event ever. What are you gonna say to that? Hold that. And now Spargo's been doing it, so now there's even more propaganda.
See, the funniest part of that of the Splant propaganda is when he went to win it's a European event. I think it's like King of Fight 95.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, King of Fight 95. And that was his first European tournament, his first European major that he won. And at that point, that made him one of 6 Ultimate players to win a Japanese Super Major, NA Super Major, and a European Super Major. And he did it with Plant.
I think it's less than 6, if I remember correctly. Leo's one of the few.
Leo,
I know that. Zachary.
Mia. Now I think T. No, Mia.
No, Mia. Mia has not won a European event.
Did he? Oh wait, no, he didn't win UFA.
Nope.
That wasn't him.
It's Fargo.
Mm-hmm.
Gluto hasn't, because Gluto hasn't won a Japanese major. I don't think Tweak has won a Japanese event either.
Nope.
It's not Proto, because Proto never won a Japanese event. I think that's it. I did I say Akala? Like
I think
Leo,
Aqua.
Akala, Zachary, Spargo. I'm pretty sure that's it.
Is it T
T,
though?
T,
T,
T.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he's one of 5 to do this.
Yep. The fifth.
Yeah.
The reason, surprising enough, Japan isn't the hard line. Japan isn't the one that stops most people. It's Europe.
It's
Because
Europe.
Spargo is only the 7th invader to win a European major.
That's
Most
crazy.
European majors are not won by anyone but Gluto.
Yeah. There's a short period of time though. It was we had Crepe Salé, who's up there right now. Bloom Forever for a short period was like one of the biggest contenders, but ultimately,
even then it was the European players. Like,
yeah,
Europe doesn't lose to non-Europe in
usually, yeah.
Except for there was a like half a year long period where it was Japanese players, and you had like Zachary or Zachary had already won several, but then you had like T, Akala, and there was one other who like beat Gluto but didn't win. It was Hikaru.
Oh yeah.
Japan just kind of like kept popping off there.
Yeah.
And T like won several.
Yeah, I know he's won UFA. There's some other just like smaller like European ones, but like
UFA, Vienna's,
and
I think there was one other in like UK.
Yeah, so yeah, generally speaking, yeah. Just being able to go to Europe being the hardest part isn't like it seems like going there. It's when they have it's just winning there and just being when they have a major status tournament. Because despite the fact that like, you know, UK and Europe in general like is relatively easy to get to from location to location, which is why like you have like these, you know, you have Spanish players and German players and like Swedish players able to get like all throughout Europe relatively easily because you know
you guys just lock in.
Yeah,
they just say fuck you, stay out.
Also, their trains probably work a whole lot better than like our air traffic system.
True.
Hence the other reason the Japanese are able to train from one location to the other a lot easier than us.
God, I wish that'd be nice.
Side note before we go into that, I was catching up on a representative who wants to win over Nancy Pelosi to fill Nancy Pelosi's seat in California, and his radicalizing moment was, wait a minute, I became a multimillionaire because I just happened to join a startup at the right place at the right time. This should not be the system we live in. And he actually helped fund and like run the campaign for AOC.
Or fuck, who was it?
But he was saying that like as part of his like major points to like for electability, his sixth one that no one asked for is rail infrastructure.
Let's go right there.
Is a rail infrastructure.
I forget what his name was. I know he just like he's been making the rounds in like a lot of leftist space. I know he just like went on
Hassan stream
by Hassan,
like
2 days ago even.
Yeah, I was catching up on that. But yeah, if that we can somehow get him involved and like we can get some really good reliable transportation, because trains might be the safest thing we go on, and like there are methods of like communicating with each other.
That's not a mic, that's just clears everything else.
Well, it's true, because for those who don't know, air traffic control uses rulers with tape on them to figure out what plane is coming in from what airport so that they can use which tarmac.
That's still safer than driving, chat. Keep that in mind. It's still safer than driving.
They're using rulers and tape. They're using tape on rulers to remember what plane's coming in from what tarmac. And somehow
still better
and somehow
No better than American fuckheads driving.
Oh, good lord. So like I said,
we got
we
3 more events to cover in the timeline. 3 more
yeah.
highlights. Because per usual, okay, I need you guys to understand this rule of thumb. Yin has a cycle. I have a cycle of, okay, I'm gonna take a step back. I've done some sick stuff, but like I'm starting to hit a level that like there's probably I'm gonna plateau. I'm gonna plateau. Let me get the money up, not the funny up. And
Mm-hmm.
then I get a major top 4 at Eugene Bound Summers. I get my first R2CS event and a top 8 at it
Mm-hmm.
at Portland Retro Gaming Expo. I then get Heatwave, the biggest solo rivals event in the world, and
Out in
the
Phoenix, right?
like yeah, down in like Phoenix Mesa area. That fucking love that. I get fucking Heatwave. And then I get the call from Genesis. This is all on me being like, well, I should calm down.
I need to chill. What am I doing?
Anyways, that's your local legend, baby. That's a little one for me. But no, like I do PRG, I do Heatwave. And off of all of that, Steven SBS, dude, fucking love that guy. Thankfully he's not going to be unemployed for long after having to get laid off by the Rivals 2 company. He's already got some shit lined up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Bro brings me on for Genesis. I'm one of 7 casters.
Yup.
God damn.
I know. I remember you were telling me, "Hey, look out for Genesis news." I was like, "What?
I wonder what you mean."
Like, what? Oh, huh? And
You know,
then, yeah.
I was very lucky with that in like some other ways because like Genesis was one of those events that also did the bad job. Like this is just every event. They did better than most others. So to give them credit where credit is due. But all events hire like last second, I swear to God, unless they're ran by me, you will know you're hired more than 2 months in advance.
For those that know, for those that need to be doesn't know, and those that need to know.
Hire for the love of God, if you are running an event, hire your casters at least 2 months in advance. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Prices for flights and housing start doubling after that. It's fucking absurd.
Yep.
After Heatwave, I was like, you know what? I'm starting to pop off again. This is like crazy. I didn't expect to get this much success in Rivals 2. I wanted it because I love this game so dearly.
Mm-hmm.
So dearly. So I'm like, you know what? I want to be at the finals. I want to just, even if I'm not casting, I want to be there. I want to spectate. I want to enjoy the show. And so I booked my tickets right after Heatwave, and then in January, I got the message, like only a month in advance. So like I bought my tickets 3 months in advance, so thankfully it was cheaper. Also, like I'm really close friends with Jet, so I stay at his place and everything. It like just oh my god, such an amazing event. Obviously there were like some issues on the back end and everything, but like that was not Genesis's fault. I want to, as somebody
No,
who knows what happened, not Genesis. Don't put the
can't
blame
blame
on
it.
Genesis.
No, you can't.
Because keep in mind, Jet was the main TO for Genesis Rivals. You think Jet, motherfucking Jet the Jenga God, is the one fucking you over? No. No. I've seen this man go to Rivals 2 events, see them on the downturn, and be like, hey, yo, Yin. And I'm like, yeah, I know what's up. Let's fix this immediately. Like, this is like, we have put. PRG was not going to be best of 5. A R2CS event was not going to be best of 5 till top 8. And me and Jet said, nah, fuck that. Run it.
That's crazy.
All right? You got the time. You got the setups. Best of 5.
Time to do it.
Like, are you sure? Yes.
Hell yeah.
We will help you. We will help you. So, like, it was not Genesis's fault. Let's make that very clear.
Yeah.
They did a lot. They did so much. There were obviously issues on production side. I'm not going to air them out like that. They did their they figured shit out. They held it down by the end of it. And also, like, it's a game optimization thing. If we're gonna lie and pretend like Rivals 2 doesn't have game optimization issues, especially when they publicly said in the most recent update after Genesis, hey,
Mhm.
we are pushing these fixes for optimization.
Yep.
We're being dishonest at that point, you know. So
True, true, true,
love to
true, true.
Genesis. They did their best.
They did what they could. They did what they could with what they had. You know what I
It
mean?
was unfortunate. It
It's always that way.
sucked, you know, but like overall, it was an awesome show. Shout outs to ZB camping. That shit was fun. That was awesome.
Oh my god. It's one thing that I always think it's insane is the fact that like the movement for like those who like aren't used to seeing um not just like the movement that rivals have that like aren't used to it, but the types of options when it comes to defensive and offensive options that literally change based on what kind of character you play. Like people are like, oh, the blocks or whatever. It's like, yeah, Crag can literally create pillars, full on pillars.
Crag is Steve, but balanced. Now. Not before.
He's balanced Steve.
He is balanced Steve now.
He's balanced Steve.
To be fair, his balancing issues were not like due to the Steve-esque qualities. And
No.
I know like Dan even talked about Steve at one point of like, that's just a Rivals character. That's a head assery that I would put in.
It's like, why does it feel like it's supposed to be something I do?
That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, Sakurai. I see your game.
I owe you apology. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Real shit.
I believe was it also at Genesis that they revealed the new character?
Blade.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They revealed the new character. I was like, oh shit, we got a shark boy. A swashbuckling shark.
I'm going to air out some motherfuckers right now. Every single head ass. All you motherfucking straight. I'm letting down the mask a little bit. All right. We're letting down the straight mode. I'm still getting comfortable letting that go. So we're getting into it right now.
Do it.
All you dumbass bitches out there that tried to tell me, oh, maybe he's not gay. Maybe he's just a pirate. I had a conversation, me and a couple of others, with Edelus, one of the main leads of the game. First thing that Edelus is telling us about, because it's me and Nurse, two of the biggest, like, this scene is already queer as fuck. But like, if we're talking queer advocates, you have like me, Zeke, Nurse, like fucking Sophie, Maya, like, girl, me and Nurse are up there, right? And we're talking to him, and he's like, he knows what's up. He knows what kind of people we are.
Yeah.
He's seeing the way that, you know. And he's like, yeah, we're already talking about getting a skin where Slade has a mesh shirt on. You're gonna tell me that ain't queer as fuck?
Hey,
all right, that is
what the fuck?
Jamaican queer pirate. Already being a pirate is gay a little. That's a little gay.
It's already a little bit, yeah, inherently.
But if you watch that trailer, girl, she was dancing on that shit.
Yeah.
I will say, I immediately was like, with the mesh shirt, give him a sword made out of like glow sticks and call it Party Slade. Like,
there you go.
You call it Party Slade because you understand that this isn't an adult game, right? This isn't gonna be
there's gonna be the 90s class. They're gonna have to do the 90s classic of like a chain with like a gold circle.
Oh, yeah.
Only for the knowers. That won't be only for the knowers.
But like, I want this to look like this guy is at the club on a little bit of E. He might be doing a little bit of poppers too. You know? Like this is queer Slade. Like, anyway, so y'all can fucking eat my ass. I had so many, even day of. Okay, I one of these people, I won't say their name because they were in good faith on this, and I had to like, no, you know better, because they were trying to play devil's advocate. They were like, what if they're just like maybe they're just fruity, Sexuality is a spectrum, and I'm like, you're right, gender showcasing your gender is a spectrum,
Yeah.
that's gay. I need you to look. I need you to take a second look at that, honey. Take a second look.
What? Hey, listen. It could be. It could be. It was a Giancarlo Scorizzi. He's like, I'm not gay, but I'm definitely something.
Nah, here's the thing. That is correct. I think with some of the characters, Slade is confident. Slade no. Like that's the thing. Like I think a good example. I made this joke on Twitter, and I had some people that weren't knowers who were like, Zetter's not gay. And I'm like, girl, he's a closeted homophobe. That's a conservative. That's a Republican queer right there. All right.
Hitting up
play Zetter. I don't want it to be true. I know it's true. Okay. That's a homophobic gay if I've ever seen it.
It's like it's like the Wisely
the wrist cuffs.
And it's also like the Wisely. It's along the same lines. The Wisely tweet or the Wisely clip where he where he goes, wait a minute, I gotta consult somebody. Wait, are you talking about Zedimer being a furry? And he's like, what? How do you know?
Oh, it was Wolfie. He was consulting Wolfie.
Was that who it was?
Wolfie is Wisely's furry concept.
All right.
I would be blown away if it was anybody but Wolfie. Right? Wolfie is the reason why T3 Dom is a furry. Like, that's not a joke. That's not a bit.
That's fucking hilarious. That's funny.
Talked and hung with like T3 Dom being good friends with Wolfie. That is just the truth.
That's funny. And I guess that's also where the jokes of Dom is a sub jokes also comes from. So you get the Genesis. You get the Genesis. So what I want to know is on that one, at least on this front, because you get the acknowledgement. It's like, oh crap, it's a month out. What is it like thinking about it? Is prep different for Genesis than compared to like any of the other like larger events that you do? Because despite the fact that like a lot of people will be like seeing Rivals more of like they'll see it on top 8 day with Melee and Ultimate, like Rivals at Genesis has been a big part of Genesis for like years at this point. Like the first time most people see Rivals at all is Genesis. Like I think like going as far back as like full stream winning Genesis back in like Genesis 6 or something like that. Or like real far back in Rivals 1.
Yeah, no, that is so like I had already little bit of background on like my history with Rivals. I played Rivals 1. I didn't like compete that much. It was there wasn't enough of a scene where I was for Rivals 1, but I played a shit ton of it in friendlies with like my brothers. I always liked Rivals 1 more than Ultimate. And one of my favorite events that I ever got to spectate as a spectator was, I think it was Genesis 9. Genesis 9 was a phenomenal show across the board. I forget what happened in Ultimate. Like I know Ultimate was big that year and had like phenomenal storylines. I forget what happened because I was more taken away with Rivals
Hmm.
and with Melee even. Like, I'm not a big Melee
I
head.
believe
That was a game of
9. Yeah, 9 was when J-Mook won. 8 was
not one, but his first that was his breakout run.
no. I want to say that was because I want to say Genesis 8.
Was it
No,
Gen 8? Am I thinking Gen 8?
yeah, Genesis 8 was J-Mook, Cody Schwab grants, I think.
You're right. So it would have been Genesis 8, not 9 that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
So Genesis 8, like that was J-Mook's breakout run, and damn was I enamored with J-Mook. But the other one was like that was the first Rivals event where I saw a Grands that wasn't Cake Penguin
Yeah.
at Rivals at Genesis because that was a Soul Rifle.
Hmm.
Soul Rifle. Fourth and just gorgeous fucking gameplay from Souls Maple. Like
Hmm.
Soul Rifle did such a phenomenal job at that event. Getting second to Cake, of course,
Hmm.
it's fucking Cake.
Was
That
that the
motherfucker.
was that the same year it popped off so hard he threw out his arm?
No, 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 no. That wasn't out of Genesis, I thought. That was at a
I could have swore that was out of Genesis.
it might have been out of Genesis. I think that was the next year. I think it was Genesis 9
Okay.
where Cake did.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, but like I loved spectating Rivals 1 and I didn't do it often, but like I did it a lot for Genesis.
Hmm.
Now, as for like how that shifts, like how where my brain is at or was at going into Genesis, there was so it wasn't inherently different because of it being Genesis.
Hmm.
Something that I've been very cognizant of within casting is the understanding that if I am only doing new things to improve because it's a new stepping stone, then it's only going to make it harder to get those new stepping stones. And on top of that, it's also going to make me perform worse at those new stepping stones. And so, like,
Hmm.
something and I remember Tweet talking about this when it came to competing as well, is to do better, to make yourself a better competitor, and in this case, caster, you have to add new things and change your dynamic of what you're doing, which means you have to break that shit to then build something better. And so you don't want the first event that you're breaking things up to be a Genesis.
Hmm.
Like if I am deciding that for the first time in like at that point it would have been like 5, 6 months, you know, since I had like a new big milestone and I have
Hmm.
to break all my shit apart. Am I really wanting to go onto the floor and make it look even worse? And so rather how it was going into Genesis, there's first the first thing that you do going into any tournament is understanding the story, the vibe, the importance of the event. Okay. And so I think the better showcasing example of this would be beta rivals versus rivals a year in.
Hmm.
Beta rivals, it is only new people. It doesn't matter if you're a Rivals 1 player, you are new to Rivals 2. And so I am needing to teach you what is going on. I'm needing to be a lot more diligent about explaining what floor hug is, what crouch canceling is, what wave dashing is,
Hitfall
what
and stuff
penny
like
sweep
that.
is. Yeah, hitfall, like all these different mechanics. And so given you have to make sure that you don't do that all at the same time, and so you kind of like budget it out over the course of different sets. And so you kind of like you prep while you're casting of like, okay, I know this player is really good at hit falling in these positions, and so I'm going to really make sure that I focus that in to teach people what hip falling is and then showcase how it changes the dynamic of that player's play.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, in modern rivals, I'm not taking that time all the like sometimes I am, depending on the event, but like Heat Wave, for example, I'm never explaining
Yeah.
like wave dashing, hit falling. Like if you are watching Heat Wave and you don't know that shit, you're watching with somebody who does.
Yeah.
And they will be the ones to explain it to you.
It's kind of like the same philosophy and TK at one point, and I want to say Coney has said something similar along the same lines of what you're saying, but it's the same philosophy that that Marvel has or had in its early conception, that Stan Lee would say every comic book that you put out is going to be someone's first comic book. So while you have the ability to dive extremely deep into the lore and like be able to like pull out like, you know, decades old like pieces of artifacts that like make it sense in its current context, it needs to still be presented in a way such that someone that has never read a Spider-Man comic doesn't need to know every bit of lore since the 1960s to understand what's happening in the story that's being written right now. And that same kind of philosophy hits when you're really like explaining these high level stories, or I should say deep lore based storylines within the players, because you know that they've been competing for so long, and now it's a chance for new people to see it for the first time, because it is, you know, the newest game, the newest iteration, and the legitimately the biggest stage, which is most likely going to be the first time that they're gonna see it.
Yeah, and so you take that combination, okay? I think a really good interaction to showcase how this works in like mine, Lentini's, Jet, like Fab's, Nurse, like all these people's heads is Cake versus B-Bats, okay? So Cake B-Bats is this top 8 winner side qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the most important sets of the tournament. Um and so uh we'll like back up in a minute to like go through a lot of the other prep, but just to showcase how explaining these things in a way that helps bring in some new people while also not losing the uh not losing the old of the heads by like why are we fucking talking about like short hop and shit, right? Like you know how to do that. So B-Bat's a key part of his game plan is getting underneath you, scaring you into jumping and then hitting up tilt. Because if he can hit an up tilt, he might just kill you at any percent. Like B-Bats is known as the close quarter combat fleet. And so for Cake, where Cake is normally a very jumpy motherfucker, like one of the things I did was talk to him before the set, like interview him a little bit about the set and everything. And he
Mm-hmm.
even said like this was my favorite thing that I had for the whole block prepped and everything was if I jump, I am a greedy little frog who just wants to get a down air, and I'm the worst player on the planet. You know, I just want to ribbit and I just want to down air.
It's a
And
ribbit.
so and so when I'm talking about that in the set, when I'm waiting for those moments of Cake to dash in or like wave dash in to get B-Bats to feel the pressure and to rip the up tilt option. That way Cake Assault can floor hug. And I'm like, okay, this is my into floor hug. Because all the like mid level to high level to top level, whatever it might be, you are watching this to see the top level play and understand it. Meanwhile, the beginners still need that in. And so in that moment, it's a very important interaction to Cake's mindset of, all right, Cake is dashing in because he understands that B-Bats is really anxious. He wants to hit these up tilts so he can get the kill early, make it so that Cake doesn't have the time to adapt. These weak hits, though, allow Cake to go ahead and hit that floor hug. And see that's where like
Mm-hmm.
we've introduced a little bit of that beginner stuff to like the main high level play, because as somebody who already knows floor hug, you're like, oh yeah, this is making sense. He's wanting to like he knows B-Bats loves this option. He baits out the weak hit. This is how he punishes it. But for somebody new, they also learn in that sentence structure of, oh, weak hits cause floor hugs if they're on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
right? And so, yeah, Cake Assault is wave dashing in so he can stay low to the ground, get that weak hit floor hug, and then he gets the punish. That's why you're seeing Cake avoid jumping as much as possible, because he's scared that if he's not, he doesn't get that floor hug. It's like, oh, that's how you punish that as as like a new player. You're like, oh, that's how floor hugging works. I can't be in the air and it can't be a strong hit. But on the other end, you are still getting that breakdown of, oh, this is how Cake is trying to pick apart this motherfucker. He
Mm-hmm.
knows Billy just wants to kill him.
Yeah,
Um,
it's definitely like making that good balance of like teaching the people that are, you know, learning for the first time while servicing the people that know everything about the game at least at a strong enough basis level where if they're being told and like they're being explained the concept of floor hugging, they'll be like, I know this stuff already. You know what I
yeah.
mean? They're very
So you gotta
serviceable for that.
you sneak it in. Is that little bit of healthy food in the brownies. All
There
right.
you go.
Don't fucking do that with me, by the way. But in commentary, it's important to do.
Wait, Rich, real quick. Have you tried beets and brownies? I heard that's actually
You can
really
fuck
good.
right off with that shit. I don't care.
I heard it's good. Like
Okay.
it makes it like
Yeah, good
very
for
good and
you, not good for
chewy.
my happiness.
I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying I heard that it's the case, and I just wondered since
Yeah,
you
they
know
say
how to do.
broccoli and kale is good in brownies. You know what
Uh.
the answer is? It's not. They tell me that like diet soda is. You see me drinking a diet Mountain Dew? No, because diet Mountain Dew is ass. Oh, it's good. No, not. I'm not gonna take diet Mountain Dew when Mountain Dew is right there. It's better. It's just better. All right.
Exactly.
I'm gonna die young, live happy. I'm gonna be a badass.
Live
It's
fast, die
exciting.
young, and leave an ugly corpse.
Exactly.
The
Exactly.
classic. Live fast, die young, leave an ugly corpse.
Um,
So Genesis is happening or had just happened. And it's weird to think about it because the time frame between like Eugene Bound Summers to Genesis is like what? It's like 6 months: September, October, November,
Yeah.
December, January. 5 months. So in the early half of the year, we already had the biggest event in the early half of the year. You know, this was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
This is already 3 weeks ago. And like so much has already kind of happened, right? We've kind of forgotten like crazy shit it happens all the time because it's kind of like when people say in the entertainment industry, the most important role you had was the last successful one.
Yeah.
Right. So we're at this point of like, Genesis being it happened is like always looked at as like a great like commentary feat or a great performance feat. It being that way. But it's now been like 3 months since that's happened. And like people moved on, different tournaments have happened, different runs have happened already. Like we just had like another like S tier like 2 weeks ago. Not too long ago, really. What was it? It was what did we just have? It was God, I'm trying to remember. I think it happened in the Midwest. Because we had Cavalier Clash before Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had Genesis. And then I want to say a week or two later, we had, oh God, what was it? It was something that it was another thing that Sparrow got fifth at recently. I'm trying to remember. Do you know what it was? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Flash Flood or Ano Brothers?
I think it was Flash Flood. That's what that one was. Yeah, that one became a weird A tier, like super out of nowhere as well.
Yeah, with
Right.
Mia and Asimo taking first and second.
Yeah, that was a random, like very random, like A tier that popped up out of nowhere. Because I think Asimo decided he was not Asimo. Mia decided he was going to stay like a little bit longer from one of his trips. So it's like, hey, look, I can see an American duck. It's like, yo, it's like us Americans in that like island of small deer in Japan. He's like,
Real.
so like we already had like another like A tier event in that time frame, and you see how difficult that was for me to remember what it was called.
I think so. So as somebody who is a lot more attuned with Rivals now, I think it's a lot healthier of a state for Rivals because we have them very clear cut. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Rivals hasn't had another big event since Genesis. We're like, hey, we have our official league season. We're gonna have a little bit of a break, and in that break, we do have like one or two big events maybe, but like it's also ones that everybody knows. So like it's Hitfall, you know, like that
Mm-hmm.
is the big one on everybody's radar for Rivals. But we also like we still have the memory of Genesis, and now we have like the balance changes. But there's no other big event to a major status until Hitfall in I think it's another week. I think it's next week.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or no, we did have Super Fusion last night. We did have Super Fusion as
Mm.
well. But
Forgot about
like
Superfusion.
that's the thing. Notice how like fast I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what it is. Because we I think because it's not so spread and split and disorganized, like yeah, it's still grassroots, but like there is still some organization behind this, and
Mm-hmm.
that's like what Ultimate wanted with with the different leagues with the Panda Cup, and everything.
SWT and all that jazz. Yeah.
Never achieved it, but like Rivals, we got that thankfully, and so I think it makes the storylines a lot more clear cut for
Much more
like
clean.
as like a caster, and this is another part of like the prepping for Genesis was um like part of my headspace, and I even tweeted this out and everything was like, hey, I've done a lot of these for y'all. I know I've made a lot of other people proud. This one's for me. Like I very much I've been doing this for 5 years. Like I started in 2021, 2022, 2022. I'm not even 5 years yet, or like late 2021. I'm going on 5 years right now, and um, like going into it, I'm like I've spent about 5 years. I know what I love about commentary, what I think provides the best show. I've had all these conversations. Like I at that point because especially at PRGE, something that me, Jen, and Lentini were specifically talking about because we roomed together. We're like, one of the conversations we had was, all right, name one thing. Each of us name one thing for each other that we think is like one of our weakest spots for comms. Um, and so already with Heatwave and with the different Zeus onlines that I had done, like I
Mm-hmm.
was already working on this before Genesis. And I knew that no matter what, I wanted these things to change. And so like it was making sure I didn't overrun the bits because there is this level of excitement I get out of love of the game that like I'm just like fucking nerding out like shit, this is fucking crazy. Like this is awesome. I love this shit, like it's fucking crazy that I get to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I never would have thought growing up that like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get to travel to Mexico and Canada and like across the US, get paid for this like the fuck? No.
Yeah.
Um, but like and so like, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I don't lose myself in the moment. I I want to be aware and keep things fucking crisp and clean. The other thing This is something that I think is one of my best spots for commentary. That like if I'm being fully honest, I don't think almost anyone else touches me with this. I think old EE could. I think uh like him, maybe some like old Coney. Like I don't think a lot of other casters do it to the level that I do right now, is the like storytelling of it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I I'm going in. I have so like I know what what my general sets are about when I get the schedule. I know about like 2 weeks in advance, and so I'm spending like 50 hours. I spend like 30 to 50 hours. Just like, okay, these are the different players. These are the different like sets that could happen, that are likely to happen. All right, what has this player done recently? What's their like head to head? And like I'm doing all these different things just to get a general vibe of like, all right, Cake Assault is like the obvious contender for number one. This is the easiest storyline that I can pull from. Everyone knows the storyline, right? Like, oh, he's won like every single fucking Genesis. He's so fucking impressive. Like he's a god. All right, everyone knows that one. Ion, next up on the list. Ion has won 2 out of 3 of his most recent majors. He is one of like 5 people to win 2 majors. It's him, it's Stango, it's Marlin, it's Cake, it's Plup. You know, like that's like
Mm-hmm.
it. Actually, no, Marlin hasn't even done that. Marlin has won 1 major, or 2 CS major, I should specify
Mm-hmm.
at the time. And even unless if you don't count Genesis, then Plup hadn't done it either. Like, so Ion is like the guy. He only lost at port because he ran into a bunch of floaty ass motherfuckers with fleet, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, now let's add some layers to this shit, right? Like Cake is showing that he bleeds all of a sudden, right? Like if he fights Ion, he's probably losing this event.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cake has been double eliminated by Ion at Heatwave and at Riptide. Ion, on the other hand, sure, he's looking like maybe the number one in the world, but what is going to stop him? Oh shit, he has Ant in the game plan, right? And so now we go into the Ant storyline. And so like I'm interlacing all of these, I'm studying all these ahead of time of like Ant has hit top eight, top eight, top eight, top eight over and over and over. Genesis was his 6th top eight in a row. Bro had
God
lost
damn.
all 3 sets against Ion. Ion is the one Crag who seems to know how to beat Ant. So maybe Ion will stop him. Turned out, hey, since it's online, and this is something that I added in there, it's like
Mm-hmm.
Ion maybe knows something that ZB and Cheesy don't know on how to beat Ant, but this has all been online. So who fucking knows? Um, and so like I spent 30 to 50 hours studying storylines, studying not just like tournament and like single player storylines of like, hey, this is like Cake's event or whatever. Like Ion could be number one, but also then like the head to head shit of like this is the important bracket set right here. Like Ant versus Ion can define the whole goddamn tournament from here. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like this could change the whole outcome of the event, stuff like that. And then I am spending, and like several of the players can attest to this. I have notes from almost every single player that was doing top 8 winner side qualifiers because I went up to them. I'm like, hey, most important thing is your bracket run. So if you like, feel free to say no. For the love of God, if you want to say no, I don't want to fuck with your bracket run. But if you are down, can I ask you some things about your set and everything? And it wasn't just like these general, like, yeah, Cake, how do you feel about BBATs? It was, hey, Cake, BBATs is one of your mainstay training partners. BBATs is known as the player that if you jump, you die. What is your plan to avoid losing to his close quarter combats? How are you going to, as force burn, because you have like Cape, but he just goes ahead and floor hugs that and he punishes you for it. So how are you planning on getting your hits? And that's how those questions come. Like, it's not all the questions that I'm able to ask at the event are because of all of the studying I've done prior to the event to
Mm-hmm.
formulate the question of like, okay, Zeus, if you end up facing against Ion, like you two are considered the 2 best Crags. When it comes to your like specific play, when it comes to fleet, everybody knows the different fleets for different things. That's the beauty of fleet is B-Bats is the close quarter combat, right? Mystery Soul is the sniper. Sealder, he's a motherfucking cheat, or sorry, Keeb is a motherfucking cheeser. Sealder is a campy ass bitch. Like everybody knows these, like this is the play style of each fleet. You can watch a fleet and you know which one it is. But Crag feels very samey. What are like some weird shit inside of neutral that you think defines you over Ion, right? And so it's little things like that that like I have prepped this so that I can talk to these players when they have some downtime to interview them to have different quotes, different thoughts about these matchups. Because sure, I can coach at a high enough level. Like I'm like giving Recupid or Dominique or Sawstep or whatever different thoughts of like different matchups, but I'm not going to know the like full integrities of how these players are thinking and more specifically the new shit that they're planning on implementing until I can talk to them personally, you know? And so like that for me is something that I think no other caster does to my level and I think has really distinguished me is like and it makes it very clear that like I think one of the most important things with Rivals 2 is making it clear that all these casters are Rivals 2 casters. Okay? Yeah, you have well, Fabs was like a Rivals 1 guy, same with like Wolfie Scratch. They both did like some Rivals 1 casting. Same with Ubel. Wisely does a shit ton of like content creation, but then comes the question of like, okay, the other top level Rivals 2 casters. There's Jet, there's Lentini, there's Nurse, there's me. And so like, okay, these are 4 ultimate transplants. You don't just want like an ultimate guy hopping on the mic. It
Hmm.
doesn't sound good. It's not good at all. And so like it's been very clear that all 4 of us love this game so dearly. For Jet and for Nurse, it's because they are high level players. They
Yeah.
are clearly good at this game.
I think Jet didn't he get like 17th something recently, like, and like I think there was a chance he was going to miss his block if his run kept going.
It was back at I think Riptide
Was
or
it
no Frosty Fausting. Frosty Fausting.
Yeah, he almost missed his block because he was performing so well in bracket. I think he ended up. I don't remember if he got knocked out or he had to
He
get
got knocked out.
dropped.
He got
Okay,
knocked out.
at 17th, I want to say.
Nurse Genesis X3 was the break in her record of making it so far in bracket that she had to DQ from bracket for her block. She was one set away from having a 5 tourney streak of having to drop out because she made like the ultimate top cut that she could at a super major. Um, and so
Which
like
I don't know how you feel, but like I want to see that storyline of like I don't want to see these people DQ. I want the June
so
bug problem. I want the June bug problem of like,
it
hey, June was supposed to commentate, but they're on stage right now in winners finals or whatever.
I think it depends. Um
I mean, me personally, I
Personally,
like that shit.
yeah. I enjoy it. It's just a matter of how easily you can do it because there's a couple of ways you can do that. One, you can have a caster sub in for Nurse during that time, but it's for an unknown amount of time, and so Nurse might just lose her block altogether, right?
Hmm.
And so at that point, the other discussion is K, you have Nurse trade blocks with somebody. The issue is that means you are trading somebody's higher block to drop lower because Nurse got farther. And so that like feels really shitty
Hmm.
to and also on top of that, there's been certain circumstances where it's like Nurse would then be doing a back-to-back block. Like at Genesis, let's say Genesis, you know, she had the first block of that and the last block, right? And so even if you go ahead and say like have me or Lentini trade with her, to guarantee that she will make that block. Then she's doing back-to-back blocks, and that's
Hmm.
going to diminish her comms entirely. Because like at the end of 2 hours, you start fading out, you
Yeah,
know, and to go for
100%.
4 to 5 hours, just no, no.
Yeah, I can only
You could do
imagine.
it theoretically,
I mean,
but I
uh,
think it's just
uh, I mean, the gums can flap, but whether the quality was going to come out is a whole nother story, right? Because
yeah,
you have the burnout of competing, into the burnout of doing comms, into the burnout of having to do comms again without having your rest break in between, right?
and doing that at Genesis is just no. No. There's certain events you definitely could, but
Yeah,
Genesis is not it, and definitely not competing at a top level.
yeah. There's there's a reason why like people like think about like burnout at like the highest level for competition, right? Of like, oh, extremely technical character, and then playing that extremely technical character at peak level for, you know, 10 hours in a row under immense pressure. So like drop that by like to 5/8 the level of pressure those top level players feel, and then add to the fact that like now you have to be a character or a caricature of yourself for not 2 hours but now for four. After all of
And
that,
because it's the top 8 qualifiers, it's even potentially 5 to 6.
yeah, so it's like
Um,
you're really you're really tripling up in that instance. I think
yeah.
just like for the June bug example, it was a little different in that of like the
Melee is very willing to just swap people.
yeah, like, and at the highest levels of like melee casters, they all kind of like blend with each other fairly well. Like you do have like the almost the static of Jorge and Walt being like the main combo of people, but like as long as you have one of them with like someone that's along their similar caster level, it looks like it was intentional the entire time
Yeah.
during that time frame,
It ends up working out.
because they've all been doing it for longer than most of the people. They've been doing the part longer than most people have been in, longer than Rivals has existed, right? And then also on top of that, their time competing.
Yeah. Jorge and Walt would have been like some of the few like exceptions to that within Melee too, because like they're like very new for Melee. Like
By comparison,
Jorge's
yeah.
about Jorge's like I think 6 years on the mic.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think he's been in the scene for like
he's been in the
12,
scene for like
13, something like
yeah.
that. I want to
Um,
say, funny enough, uh, Walt, when he was high level competing, was I think in the same region as a higher level ultimate player, and I can't remember who it was because they actually started as a melee player before they went over to ultimate. And it's like, oh, many such cases where that happens.
true. Oh, who would that have been?
I'm trying to think
I'm
who would have
not
been
sure.
in that region. I'm not 100% sure, but that
Um,
happens. That was
yeah.
back when he was a PR'd. Like I think he had switched off of his what was his main going to Mario, and like, oh, you didn't choose Dr. Mario, the better character.
Yeah.
He just went Mario.
One hell of a choice.
It's like, yo, listen, the Spirit of Scorp, aka Mango. The Spirit of
Luigi is doing
Scorp.
it. Maybe Mario is the next DLC character for Melee. Who
I
knows?
mean, well, so we already got Luigi, and now it's DK. Luigi
Well,
with
DK
Rat
got it a
Monster.
second time. Like DK had its seasonal event, and now it's an official character, not even
Yeah,
just like a
there's
limited time.
that 15-year-old guy, that 15-year-old. I forgot his name.
14.
Is he
14.
14? Oh, I thought he was 15. I
No,
could have swear, but yeah. So it's him and Rat Monster right now enjoying the spoils of being playing a game that's like much older than them. On
dude.
controllers are probably older than them as well.
I mean, Rap Monster's controller isn't. It's a fresh out of the box GameCube.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
which
from like
apparently I
a
was
couple years
saw
back.
when I had Trinity on, aka Melee Sad Post. She was saying that like I guess he came up on PM.
That's
So
fire.
he came up on PM. So like he's not even playing the game that's way older than him. He's playing the game that's just as old as he is technically.
No, no. Well, I mean, Rat Monster now playing Melee is younger than the game he's playing now because he's
Now,
only 19. So,
yeah,
uh,
with the Luigi,
Melee is 25 this year? Yeah, with Luigi.
with the Luigi.
Making him look like a little bitch.
Also, I don't know if you know this, he's also really good at Ultimate with Luigi.
I did not know that, but it's
He
Luigi in Ultimate. I'm not
he
surprised.
did
That
he
character
had
can
just
be
got he had just gotten top 8 at something like a couple of weeks earlier, and then he ended up making a major crazy run at a Melee and Ultimate tournament. And I'm like, what are you doing, Rat Monster? he wants to do the Mewtwo King, but with Luigi. The
worst
Mewtwo King.
character. We do
Let's go.
it.
So
Run it.
yes, so I think we've caught up, and it's crazy because like you look at like where you were a year ago to like a few weeks ago now, having a genesis, like a legitimate genesis under your belt for that. And I think when we did like the rapid fire questions, the one of the questions I asked was like, oh, if you had a terrible comms, which one would you do? You said Genesis. And it's like, well, the none of your comms was inaudible, so half of that came true.
They were fire. You know, it was like I was saying that I would have I'd be down to have a terrible comms at Genesis because at least I got a Genesis. I think
Yeah.
was like the whole thing.
Yeah, that
You
was
know?
the long and short of the answer. It's like, oh yeah, that's true. And it was funny because it wasn't uh it wasn't your last block. It was on your first day of comms. I was watching it on YouTube on my TV. So like I took the picture from my bed.
Yeah, me and Jet, we had doubles top 8
Yeah.
or doubles
That
top 6.
that's what I was watching on the TV. I had that on the TV, and I forgot I had something else on the phone off to the side, and because I was watching you on the main screen on the TV.
If I'm being so for real, the doubles block with Jet, while it was like it was good, it was great. It was very much just clock in, clock out. Like it when I was because like I have Wolfie Stretches doing my commentary reel right now. And when I was going through the blocks to prep, one of the things that you have when you're doing commentary reels is you don't just want it to be like good, great, wonderful. You want it to be like the pick, like the peak shit. Um, and I think like the nice thing about that block is there wasn't anything wrong with it or bad with it. It was just like it was a solid block, you know. Like it was like an 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10 all around, you know. Like it was one that like I can definitely watch back, be proud of, but
Hmm.
like it didn't have any severe moments, you know, that like really
It's very
and
fundamentals based commentary rather than it's a showcase of fundamentals, but not a showcase of explosiveness.
yeah, like if you're listening to that block, if I'm listening to that block as somebody who's like hiring, which I'm never watching through a whole fucking block. I just can't do it. I don't have the time when I'm hiring people.
Hmm.
Uh, you know, we don't lie about that. There's a reason why there's only comment like give me 3 to 5 minutes. That's what I'm watching. That's what I have time for. You know, if
Yeah.
I'm watching that as a full block, I'm looking like, yeah, they're fucking great. I'm putting them on. Um, but like I think the work showed a lot more in the Lentini block for sure. If I'm
Hmm.
being like fully honest and critical with myself. And I think part of that just has to do with like how hard it is to cast doubles in Rivals. It is so much harder than even doubles in Ultimate, and I think there is still, like, pieces of me that are still figuring out doubles and Rivals, which is nice because, like, I
Yeah.
know there's still stuff for me to learn.
I think the problem with that isn't just like, you figuring out your stuff. Is like Rivals in of itself has only really been around for in its most mainstream form right now. It's only really been around for like about a year or two. So it hasn't really even been out that long. So
It's only been out of beta for over a year.
yeah, so like it's only really been around for a year. So like all of like the doubles things that like are kind of mostly fully formed in Melee and Ultimate, the learning curve is still starting to exist, right? So there's probably like verbiage or language or strats or whatever that haven't developed yet or haven't solidified itself as part of like the overall vernacular of what you're going to see when you're going to see Rivals doubles. So like it's a very much a developing thing where like you could probably create a new thing, a new term for whatever situation, and that will be influenced for the rest of Rivals in this like next year and a half or so. You know what I mean?
Another part of it is just there's not a lot of, like, doubles,
Mm-hmm.
like, big doubles at a lot of the Rivals events that I've done lately. Like, even in, like, so PRGE didn't have doubles, Eugene Bound Summers didn't have doubles for Rivals. SSE had doubles, but it was a much smaller event, and it was, like, right at the beginning, so, like, I didn't even have a block for that doubles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's just not a lot of Rivals doubles at the events that I've done so far, and so, like, that's another part of it, is just haven't gotten to do a lot of doubles casting, for
Mm-hmm.
Rivals specific.
Yeah, and like I said, it's very much it's still starting to bloom, right? It's like it's kind of still in its infancy. Like the tale of Rivals, or not the tale, like the future of Rivals, the way at least I see it, if we look at it as far as this current iteration of Rivals will probably only really be existing for about another year or so.
Oh, it's already new
Because
again. Like, the patch after Genesis, I don't know, like, how deep in the weeds you are.
no,
It's a
I'm
new
I'm
Rivals.
talking like yeah, I'm that the patch. I'm not talking like the patch culture.
Oh,
I'm talking like the culture of Rivals has about another year or so before it really starts to solidify itself within um its identity, its vernacular, and its just different modes of trends and how it interacts with not just the community itself, but with the game itself and its surrounding related communities, the other plat fighters and such. I think in
yeah.
this next year or so, it will see its tentpole events and its major stakes and stakeholders really solidify themselves, and like even like little things like um the the terms that haven't been invented yet will finally be
Yeah.
invented for like very niche specific like situations or strategies or whatever, right? They get all of this is going to happen within the next year, and then the rest of the years or the rest of the time frame before eventually Rivals 3 happens. When
Hey,
Rivals 3
that's a
happens,
long ways down the line. Thank
when
God, because
Rivals
I love
3
this game.
when Rivals 3 happens, in like 8 years, um then like all of that will be much more solidified. But as of right now, this is the most volatile Rivals will be for the next like year or so. Because like
Yeah.
even like as of like last year, you have Pluck come in, fucking take an event. You have you had Spargo, who like got second place twice at the two biggest events that were there at the time that he entered, right? Like, there's a lot of extreme volatility. You had Cody Schwab like trying it for a while, and he did pretty decent in it as well.
Oh, he still competes in it regularly.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, this is the most volatile it will be. And then everything that we see going forward after like a year from now will be the stories and the storied strategies and the events that are very much part of full entrenched knowers and competers and enjoyers of rivals. It's not going to obviously not have the same appeal. There's a downward trend on all games, whatever. But it is going to be the least volatile it will be as far as like newcomers than this time frame right now. And it's solidification in what will be the culture of rivals or rivals too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As for me, it was just an APM. I'll be fully honest. It was APM. Ultimate doubles, like, sure, there's a lot happening, but like I know I can I can take my time to figure out what's happening. I was not ready to the extent that I thought I was for Rivals 2 doubles. God damn, those motherfuckers played faster than ever. They played faster than they do in singles.
And I mean, it's already chaotic enough as it is. Ugh.
It's not an easy game.
Nope. Nope, not at all. So I think we've caught up. Pretty much on pretty good on the career. And it only took us about 2 hours. Or it only took us an hour and some change. Actually, it took us 2 hours. That's great. That was less time than I thought.
hey, that gives us some time.
So I had also mentioned at the top, there had been not just like major strides on the gaming front, but there's been some a real crazy adventure you've just been on recently on the personal front when it comes to your place of employment. Now, for those of you who don't know, you used to work as a chef at was it the Roy facility?
No, I was up in the Corinne facility.
Yeah. And me being one of the security personnel at the same company, just, here in SoCal, I'm like, I have access to employee records.
Oh my God, wait, do you have my photo on file here?
No. I don't have it here.
That would have been crazy.
That would have been wild.
I would have warned you. I'm like, hold up, you're treading some treason territory.
Yeah, so it is some treason territory. But I looked it up and I'm like, this man is wearing a panda jacket in his...
I was wearing a panda jacket, baby.
in his ID.
I pulled up, I had no fucking clue they were taking my photo. My hair was nasty as fuck. Unwashed for like a day and a half. I had a hat on. They're like, hey, I'm gonna need you to take the hat off. I'm like, fuck me, dude. Fuck off. I'm like, I'm leaving the panda jersey on. I'm leaving the panda jacket on.
The classic white and green. I was all like, wait a minute. I know the placement of that Geico logo. I know that particular shade of green.
That was one thing. They were like, yeah, we're gonna need you to turn in like your back. I'm like, you can fucking shut it off. Fuck off. I'm keeping this. This is merch. This is my like little thing of like, yeah, I worked here. It was horrible.
So I work in the security department, which is why I was able to look up your record.
Oh yeah, you got my record, baby.
Yeah, so I technically have access to your social security number too and your birthday.
What a great... And yo, here's Yin's social number, by the way, if you want to steal his identity. Do you have the info on my write-up? Do
No,
they give you my write-up too?
no. I only have the base stuff that's allowed,
That would have been
like
so funny. You're just like, yeah, so you got written up for getting sexually harassed?
yeah, that's probably something the HR folks have. No.
Yeah, they
Uh
love talking about my ass and like I didn't care. I didn't care that like I'm like they're like, "Yo, can I touch it?" I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. I know I have a nice ass." And I got written up for it.
they they asked for consent and you got written
They
up
asked
for it.
they talked about my ass. They asked for consent and everything. I got written up for that.
That's diabolical, dude.
It
That's
wasn't me asking consent.
that's
It was
diabolical.
them. I was the one objectified. Now I know what it is. It's because I'm openly gay. Because I'm openly queer. But like, fuck y'all.
Exactly.
Fuck y'all.
Also, surprisingly enough, I looked at your training records. Technically, if we needed you, if you wanted to come back and you came to Northridge, you took certain training that allows you to actually be part of the security team, so that you can do similar things to what I do, based on your training record that I saw. So, if
Would that have been like my ability to like access the different like areas that because I know
no,
we had a
so
lot more access than than most of the other areas did. Like I could have accessed several like spots that most people couldn't.
yeah, no, you actually there is a training. It was on how to handle information. It was
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, because okay, actually, that does kinda tie so, the reason why we had to take that, because
Mhm.
okay, chat, I need you to understand, my job was not making rockets, not even doing the NASA shit. I was a cook,
He was a
okay?
cook.
You might be thinking, why the fuck does Yin need to know how to handle, like,
Government information.
crazy confidential information, like, defense system, like, missile system
Yeah.
information? It's because I would be serving people that had security clearances, Pentagon level
Yeah.
security level clearances. And so these dumbasses don't understand how to handle information some of the time, and they're talking about it around me.
Yeah.
You guys talked about it in front of a communist, pro-revolutionary communist? Y'all are
Exactly.
stupid.
So technically speaking, if you come back and you wanted to work at my site, I could say, well, if you look back at his records, he actually took the training already, so we can give him the account to do clearance investigations on the security level if we need to.
That is cool to know. Yeah, it was so I don't spill like legitimately,
Yeah.
I know things that could be treason
Yeah.
to
Same.
spill.
Yeah.
I should not know that shit.
I know. I know that feeling, man. I know that feeling. I know that
I'm
feeling.
not even like, okay, even if we're taking the step back away now, given like at the time I wasn't like this pro-violent revolution, like I need y'all to understand how radical I have become in the
Yeah.
past. Like Jesse was hinting to this. We've talked about this on the podcast previously. Like I went from a Steven Crowder viewer to a pro-violent communist revolution.
Mm-hmm.
That is the change that I went through. So let's be fair. Let's be fair. At the time, they didn't know that they thought I was the token queer. I would be on their side. Okay. So ignoring that part, I am still a dumbass motherfucker. Why? I am a loudmouth dumbass motherfucker. I don't want to know this shit
I
because I
know.
might accidentally say it. I'm like, oh yeah, they're talking about this and like literally the minute I started doing that as the bitches now, I almost said some shit. And then I think I would have been fine to say that shit, but That being said, the fact that I so instinctively
Was
go to
about
just
to spill it.
this part I can talk about. The site that I specifically did a lot of the work at was a site that Northrop Grumman bought, not for their military shit, but for NASA shit, because capitalism leads to monopolization, leads to
Hmm.
yada, yada, yada. You guys know the drill. It is meant to maintain control over the workers and to maintain a power imbalance over both the workers and the buyers, the consumers. So, of course, they're like, hey, we build missile systems. That's close enough to NASA rockets. We'll buy up NASA rockets because there's a lot more funding all of a sudden going into space stuff like SpaceX and everything. And
Hmm.
so the specific area that I worked at, the majority of the work was not military, let's blow up brown kids. The
Hmm.
majority of the stuff was stuff for the Artemis 2 NASA system, which is one of the first trips to the moon in a long time. Specifically, there's an area of the dark side of the moon that has never been landed on, explored by anyone ever, and that's like a big point of the Artemis 2.
Hmm.
But like, thankfully, that's the majority of the stuff I know. Like, that's stuff I can talk about. Thank God. Because the majority of the stuff I talk, ooh, honestly, whether on accident or not, I might be getting arrested for it if I get like if I knew more of the stuff.
And especially if it leaks on here, then all of a sudden people are going to talk to me.
Hey Jesse, you want to get in trouble real
It's
fast?
like, no, not like this. Find a secure comms that they have your clearance for, and then maybe we could talk.
Signal, signal, signal. I'm a leftist who thinks move. Oh, I about took some slights at a motherfucker. All love. Nothing but love here. That is my personal frustration right now. You know who you, the person, know that I'm talking about you. I love you. I love you dearly. Man, do you irritate me sometimes. Man, do you irritate me sometimes.
so so you have left. You have since left, and you're now working. I believe you said at a hospital.
Yeah. So I work at the Craig H. Nielsen Rehab Center.
Mm.
By the way, since I mentioned my workplace, I do have to put out there so I don't potentially get fired. Uh, None of my viewpoints are their viewpoints. These are all my personal viewpoints. Nothing to do with the company, nothing to do with my coworkers, managers, nothing like that. It is all just me because I understand legitimately if one of y'all motherfuckers wanted to, you could now get me fired if I didn't give that statement.
The statement of disclaimer. So
Honestly, like that's not a
yeah.
bit. They require me to do that if I ever mention where I work. So,
Yeah.
especially for a podcast like this where I'm saying the thing.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why we only express our personal views, not that of our employers or coworkers. But
Because they would kill us for that.
yeah, more than that. Worse, we might impose fines. We were taking training, and the thing that we said that was the funniest part was like, man, it's like it's like $20,000 or death. I'm like, it's crazy how $20,000 fine is equal to death in some of these things.
Really?
It's practically
Which
the
is
same thing.
how we know millionaires are worth more than poor people.
Exactly.
They're more billionaires and millionaires are better people.
More money, better person. More money, better person.
More money, better person. Yeah, so I work at a rehab center as a inpatient cook. And do you want to tell the chat, or do you want me to?
So now, I'll start by saying along the lines of like, in your journey of political self-discovery, it's safe to say that like a lot of the lessons that have been taught and learned are now applying themselves to your personal life. And a great example of what I'm trying to say is I've had similar conversations with people who, in the midst of like the most amount of strikes in 2022 to 2023, like up into that time frame, I was we were expanding some of our footprint, and I was always talking to the different contractors coming in, whether they're doing construction or they were doing HVAC or whatever. Like some of these folks were union workers and some of them weren't. And I often talked to them about what it means to be part of a union, what are the powers that it has, and how it emboldens and really props up the average worker and the average laborer, and why it's so important to be able to speak collectively and have a collective ownership, even though if like there's individual drivers of like different parts of like the workforce, the collective ownership aspect is what's the most important, because just like the classic union phrase goes, united we bargain, divided we beg, right? So uh I would talk to these people, and some people were like, it puts in perspective why their union is so important. And for some people, it further reinforces the reason why they love the idea that they're in a union. For the ones that aren't and that were kind of against unionization, that these people that were against unionization, as far as like maybe not the concept, but maybe for their company specifically, I did tell them like the advantages as such, where, hey, you may not be a union company, but all of a sudden your pay and your rates become comparable because the union down the street is offering better benefits, better pay, better whatever. And you will indirectly always benefit from that. And like maybe unions don't work for a small company where the employees themselves can become the new owners. The employees themselves can be the drivers of how to maintain or invest profitability. And then they go, yeah, that is how it works, not realizing they're talking about collective ownership, and which is an alternative form of collective ownership, which is the alternate to unionization, which ultimately turns out he was for anyway in the first place. Anyway, but I constantly have these conversations at work with a lot of different kinds of people, and understanding labor and labor rights, and all this to find out that like you have recently undergone a similar journey, not from the theoretical perspective, but that in its practical application to your actual real world conditions. So let's talk about that super duper quick.
Oh, let's break this down because there's actually been some development since I was talking to you personally about this.
Yes, which is why I wanted to bring it up and preface all of these things.
So I am currently in the process of unionizing my workplace, making it so that other workers within my workplace can join this union, will join this union, yada yada yada. Now, there's a couple of pieces that I want to break down before we get into what the current standpoint is of the union, because you mentioned some stuff about like the stats of even just adjacency to unions in of itself. And so like I kind of want to give some of the information as to why unions are so important, and not just unions in general being important, but why it's important that you yourselves are unionized. Now, I will say I think unionization is the bandage solution within capitalism. I think that the proper ownership being within the whole conglomerate, that you as the worker own a piece of the company, is the proper, full communism, socialism. Unions is the closest way to get to that within a capitalist system. Now, that being said, we'll go ahead and pull back from that for a second just to talk, because like I don't know the different viewers and everything, and like where y'all are at, but I want to give you
So
guys some
generally speaking, the secret the secret undertone has always been pro labor, various levels of anti capitalism, and such. Like I believe we actually had an explicit union conversation when Diego was on. So this will be the second time a major union conversation will happen, but this one will probably be the most in depth and the most like transformative union based conversation we've had. Well, that we're having.
So, because of that, I want to speak to the people who aren't already pro union. Okay. I want to speak directly to you because I know that there's a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions as to like, okay, sure. In the past, unions have done a lot. For example, the 40-hour work week. There used to be 60-hour work weeks within the US. You used to work multiple days, like the whole week, you would work every single day. The reason why you have 2 days off within the week, bare minimum, if you aren't working, like, say, like 3 12s or whatever, the like weird different types of shifts. If you're working a regular 5 8 hours, the reason why you get 2 days off is because unions fought for that. The reason why you have health benefits, potentially, we'll get to that a little bit more later, is because unions created those. They created healthcare provided by the business, by the employer. On top of that, the reason why we have a lot of safety stuff within the workplace, safety regulations when it comes to fire alarms, to making sure that there's more than one exit so that you can escape in case of a fire, is because of unions. The shirtwaist, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fires are a big part of that, and the unionization efforts that came out of that afterwards are because of that, to make sure that future workers would be safe because there wasn't enough bargaining power within one person. Even the reason why we don't have child labor and why we have child labor laws is because of union efforts. Now, I know a lot of people, their argument is, well, that was in the past. Maybe we're too far gone for that. But here are some stats from within the past 5 years. Unfortunately, I don't have like 2024 or 2025 stats on hand. I have specifically like some 2020, 2021 stats. Okay. So, for example, Jesse kind of referenced, hey, even just your adjacency. If so, for example, when I worked at Northrop Grumman, the Roy site is unionized. And so, just by the nature of the Roy site being unionized, there is, on average, 7 to 9% higher wages for anyone who is adjacent, whether within distance or within the working, like the actual job itself. There is, on average, a 7 to 9% higher amount of wages. Just by the fact that Roy is unionized, my workplace will have higher wages because of that. So, hey, maybe I don't personally need to be unionized. Well, here's the thing. Out of all workers, there is a 19% higher wage for unionized versus ununionized. Now, this is even more important to minorities specifically. Okay. I need if there is nothing else that can be learned and stressed more from the stories of unions within America, it is that even though, like, sure, I'm queer, I am a minority. If we take the plurality of the minorities, put them together, you are a majority. We are a majority. Okay. White people only make up 33, 34% of the population within the US. Sure, they are the biggest amount, but they are not the plurality. Right? So when it comes to men, it's only about 16% higher. That is still higher than the adjacent 7 to 9%. With women, it is 24% higher wages. That is so amazingly high. Black people, 26% higher wages. Latinos, 39% higher wages. Immigrants, 25% higher wages. And so, one thing I want to stress, because this gets lost sometimes, is, hey, what is it going to do for me now? So much. Like, not even just the adjacent 7 to 9%, but if you are in a union, in general, you will have 19% higher wages, sometimes even more, due to the nature that you get seen as a minority.
Hmm.
This is something that any person who is a minority class in America has to live with. There's no disconnecting the fact that I am bi. There's no disconnecting the fact that Jesse is Mexican, Latino. We will be seen as these things
Hmm.
no matter where we work. And so we get valued less than a regular what is, and notice that, by the way, my internal homophobia specifies regular. Notice how fucked up that is. Okay,
Yeah.
we are taught that the regular, the normal, is a straight cis white man, and so he will get better wages than you. Now, for you that are a straight cis white man, you still benefit from this. You are still part of the working class. You are abused too. They see you as a minority.
Hmm.
So understand that power of unionization is specifically recognizing the oligarchy, the same way that our American Revolution recognized that the kings and queens, that those people, those royalty were taking over and stealing from them. They are stealing from you too.
Hmm.
And you can get more of that when you join together with your fellow workers. The whole point of having a management system is to have managers make it so that there is competitions between you and your fellow workers, that you see it as a competition to obtain that. There's only so many managers, so
Yep.
I have to compete against my fellow worker. No, that is a trick. Don't fall for it. There's more to be gained when you work together with these other employees because you are seen as a minority. Whether, even if you are a straight white cis man, you are seen as a minority. You will be stolen from. Don't let
Hmm.
that be tricked. And if you are a minority, understand this is your one way to get what should be given to you is to break that system. 19% for all workers, 24% for women, 26% for African Americans, 39% for Latinos, 25% for immigrants. I cannot stress that enough. How big that is. That is the difference between $958 a week to $1,144 a week for the 19%. For women, the average weekly is 862 to then 1,067. For African Americans, from 786 to 965. From Latinos, from 730 to 1,016. For immigrants, from 640 to 801. Those are hundreds of extra dollars a week.
Per week.
Per week. And that was in the 2020s before we had an even higher change in wage gaps. Okay. So, like, that's 2020, 2021 for median weekly earnings of full time wage and salary workers. Okay.
Hmm.
So, it is not just in the past. It is not just the need for them to exist. You need to be unionized. It will help and change your life.
Hmm.
Now, getting into where I'm currently at in unionizing my own personal workplace.
Which is a great story that I actually want to hear on this one.
So, there are a couple of things I will give you within my learning experience from trying to unionize my workplace for you guys trying to do it as well. Okay. Number one, don't mention it at work. There are many reasons why. Okay. There were a lot of anti union laws passed by the Republican Party, specifically like Ronald Reagan, and even further to Bill Clinton, you know, one of the Democrats who have won recently. Even he passed a lot of anti union stuff. For example, one of the biggest anti union laws that were passed during this time period, was that the workplace, your manager, once they know you are unionizing, or even if they don't know for sure, just have a hunch, they can go ahead and block out as much time as they want for meetings dedicated to teaching you about not getting unionized. Meanwhile, if you mention unionization while on the clock, that is illegal. It is a crime. You will be fired. Understand the power dynamic here. I am not allowed to even, like, damn, I wish our wages were a bit higher. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I wish they were a little bit higher. Unions get higher pay. That's breaking a law. That is breaking. I will get fired for that. Meanwhile, my manager, if they are anti-union, which
They
most
usually
are,
are.
can decide to go ahead, pull aside the whole group for a couple hours at a time to be like, hey, this is why we say unionizing is bad. And
Which,
there are a couple of things they will
which,
specifically point.
I don't know if you know this. Uh, it was captive audience laws or captive audiences. That tactic was illegal until it became legal again.
Yeah, it was fully legal to talk about unionizing in the workplace. It was fully illegal to do captive audiences until Ronald Reagan for both of those.
So captive audience was
Or
repealed.
was captive?
So captive audience, like mandatory captive audience meetings, was repealed for a short period of time, and it came
Brought
back up and was brought back in the beginning of Trump's second term. So it was repealed in the Biden era and brought back in the beginning of the second Trump era. The same thing with
Gotta love it.
the same thing with all of the major cases that the FTC put together with Lena Khan, all because they wanted to install somebody else. Like technically, they technically could have hired Lena Khan again, but Trump said no. But whatever.
Side note, I do want to point out, because I want to make sure it's clear, even though it was the Biden admin, we now know from like documentation from the Biden admin, Bernie Sanders was the main lead for workers' rights in that admin. That's why, not Biden. He would never do that.
Yeah.
He has a history of being anti-worker.
He did the crime bill. They call him Jim Crow Joe for a reason.
Anti-minority, he's anti-worker. He hates you. All right. Yeah. That motherfucker is a Republican in a trench coat.
Most of them are.
All of them are.
Yeah.
Unless they're like DSA, and even then, sometimes like they show a little bit of color every now and again. A little bit of red in there. Anyways, that's besides the point. So be very cognizant of who you are talking to. Make sure it's not on the workplace.
Correct.
Okay? If it is on the workplace, you are risking getting not only like written up and fired, but like fired in a way that you will be blacklisted from a lot of jobs going further.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to know why you got fired. The minute they find that out, nah, you're done. You're getting cut. Okay. Now, number 2 is know your coworkers. Okay. It is about growing a community, that is where that union word
creating
comes from,
solidarity.
Yeah. So for me, I was very lucky. I had gotten brought on the job and knew about the job because of one of my friends who worked at the main hospital, and who later I was like, hey, you will get a consistent schedule here, much more like queer friendly, like come over, work with me, And so she started working with me. And so I already knew her, was already really close with her. Both her and I knew each other were fucking communist as shit. Okay? Like she's a member of the DSA. Another one of my friends, who I've become very close to, who I will soon be doing streams with, doing Soul Link Nuzlocke of Pokemon. I also knew he was a goddamn commie. All right. Me, him, her, we've had a lot of the same radicalizing shit over the past like 5 to 7 years. And so all of us knew, hey, we can start working together to build this, to map this out. And there was one other that had been brought onto the job only like 4 or 5 months ago, that I had like. It's one of those where when you are deep in the leftist thought, you make some subtle jokes to like kind of like
to see
the waters.
Are they a knower?
She like some like anti-capitalist shit back, and I'm like, that's not just anti-conservative. That's not just that's anti-capitalist.
It's like this person's definitely a knower.
And sure enough, talked to her and hung out outside of work. Sure enough, like, oh yeah, I'm not like deep in the weeds knowledge, full on commie though, full on commie to socialist. Like, and so, taking that time to suss it out is like the key thing I want to give. If you don't know if you don't personally know where they land, just sneaking little smidges of like, damn, it would be nice if we had better pay, because that's legal as long as you don't mention union.
Hmm.
That's the tricky part. Never mention the
That's
union.
the spooky
Like,
part.
damn, we don't have enough PTO. It would be nice if we got paid a little better, a little bit more PTO. Had a little bit safer working conditions. Sneaking those in to agitate, to make connect that line of
Hmm.
thinking of, yeah, my workplace isn't quite right. It's because of my employer, and that needs to be fixed. And so it's those little bits and pieces. Now, unfortunately, I have to be honest, I'm not going to be the best one to give you full advice on that because I got very lucky in my situation. My situation, the luckiest you could ever fucking get. Because Jesse, we had talked about this a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, one of the first things you should be doing in this process is finding out what are local nearby unions for your style of work. So, if you're working at a automotive factory, you're working on like trucks and cars, you should be looking into the UAW, right? Figure out who the local organizers are. That way they can help you plan. They are trained professionals for this. Their job, their life sake was built upon the understanding that unions are how we bandage up the situation of capitalism to
Hmm.
make it so that we aren't being stolen from. Okay. And so they know this better than anyone else, and they will know your specific scenario or how to help your specific
A
scenario
whole lot
better
better.
than anyone.
Yep.
Yeah. And so for me, I found out, oh, hey, back in 2022, if I remember correctly, hold on, let me pull this up. That way I'm not getting this incorrectly.
Hmm. Go ahead.
Hospital. Okay, because it might have been 2023. Yeah, it was 2023, November 2023. There was a unionization effort done within the healthcare workers within the University of Utah hospitals, and they were successful. They got unionized. So it turns out I might not have to do the hard part. Thank fucking God. Now, that being said, we were well into the hard part at this point. We have, let me pull up the spreadsheet. This is something that will be very important if you want to unionize. You will want to be mapping out who all the workers are, what their shifts are. That way, you understand who in like their friend circles, so you know who can talk to who to bring them on board, who is easiest to bring on board, and everything. Um, so let's see. I believe Jesus Christ, owned by me. I have too many spreadsheet shit here. Here we go. So we had a total of that is 26. We have a total of 26 workers. Um, I had a optimistic range of 10 people voting yes to the unionization effort, and 7 on the pessimistic side that would be voting yes for the unionization effort.
Hmm.
Okay. Um, Typically, when you go once you have gotten the people, so what you do is you go through, you get people on board, and then you have them sign union cards saying that, hey, we want to be unionized. This is how you avoid the public vote effort that is oftentimes forced by companies in an attempt to try to fuck over the unionization effort. Okay.
Hmm.
So you get these cards. You need at least half, 50% of the workplace to be able to go ahead and push for that unionization. Now, if you're lucky, your manager, your employer will voluntarily recognize the union, and you're good. You're done. That being said, that is almost never the way it goes. It
Hmm.
is very rare, very uncommon. And so instead, what you want to be aiming for is 70 to 80% of your workforce signing those union cards, because oftentimes, on average, you lose 10% of those who are going to vote yes during the hard part, where which, by the way, it is technically illegal for the company to not recognize the union once you have done that union card effort. That being said, The government doesn't care about you. They care about money.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They care about your employer, not you. So they will not enforce those laws. They do not enforce the laws around voluntary recognition of unions. Okay. And in fact, they are very bad at enforcing the laws when it comes to anti or like pro union laws. For example, it is illegal to for example, I am one of the main people unionizing my workplace, and in fact, I am the main person heading this front. Um, my other three friends, they are helping a lot, but like I was the main one to be like, hey, let's do this, let's fix this. A bunch of us aren't making the livable wage for the state of Utah. That needs to change.
Mm-hmm.
And so what would be likely to happen is them to go ahead and if they were confrontational about the unionization effort. And this is kind of the scary part. Like I understand this is not a very easy thing to stomach or to go through.
Mm-hmm.
They would say, "Hey, Kyler, we're firing you." I'd be like, "Excuse me, why? I have documented everything that you have given me in my reports. You have said that I'm a phenomenal worker. I am taking on extra responsibilities. I am helping my coworkers around me to make sure that they can get their jobs done. You have said that I've been the one of the best workers out here. So why am I being fired? We're just letting you go." Well, I'm unionizing right now, so you have now committed a crime. Now, here's the thing. Even once I were to get everything like the workplace, let's assume like I've done my due diligence, the workplace still gets unionized. The charges go through, I'm able to go ahead and combat that, which typically does happen. Like you typically
Mm-hmm.
are able to get those cases through. Thank God. That's one of the few things that does happen. I showcase, hey, this is what they've always said about me. I'm one of the best workers. I keep a clean, healthy work environment. Um, Everyone likes me. There was no reason for them to fire me other than me unionizing the workplace. So the company is forced to rehire me and give me back pay.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So you're telling me a regular, like low to middle class at best. Okay. I don't make good money here. I make less than a livable wage in Utah. There's a reason why I'm pushing for this unionization
Mm-hmm.
effort. All right. And there's a reason why I was radicalized. I understand.
Yep.
So I could be fired for like 2 to 5 months. How am I paying my bills?
Bills don't go on
See?
pause just because you lost your job for unionization efforts.
So I'm the only one who gets punished in that equation. Understand that these laws are against you. Even the ones that help you do not really do that much to help you. That back pay ain't gonna get me my place back. Like it's not gonna pay the bills months down the line. That's just not how it works. Now, that being said, that goes ahead and brings it back to one of the things that I wanted to talk about that I forgot about for a second, but decided, you know what, this is a better spot to go ahead and put it in the conversation. The things they are going to tell you as to why unions are bad. Okay. Number one, union dues.
Okay.
Union dues are about 1 to 2% of your paycheck.
If I gotta pay $100 a paycheck, but like I'm going to be earning $300 to $400 more, $300 more per paycheck. That $100 don't mean nothing to me at that point.
Also, they aren't charging you $100 per paycheck, by the way. Let's
it's
keep this
per
in
month,
mind.
right? Usually, right? Because it's a monthly due or something like that.
But it's 1 to 2% of your paycheck is union dues. So, like, let's say I'm making $1,000, I pay 10.
Yeah,
$10, $10 to $20 in union dues.
Yeah,
for a $100 to $400 raise in that.
Yeah,
depending. Okay?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, even if I'm paying like $100 per paycheck in union dues, if that means I'm going to be earning $300 to $400 more, like I will take a $100 pay cut to earn $400 more. And then in that case, I'm still making a $300 increase.
that's not even the only thing that changes, okay? Like, I know I've focused a lot on pay rate because that is the like,
The
even in
driving
my workplace,
factor.
yeah, my workplace already has good healthcare. My workplace already has good paid sick leave, all these things. But even in that, okay, when it comes to non-union workers, 69% of non-union workers have healthcare. 96% of union workers have healthcare. 75% of non-union workers have paid sick leave. 93% of union workers have paid sick leave. And here's the big killer, all right? Defined benefit pension. 17% of non-union workers have defined benefit pension. 79%. Okay. From 17% to 79%, all from being in a union. Okay. This dramatically increases everything for you. Okay. For a 1 to 2% of your pay. Now, let's go up. Now, that's still like, hey, that's still some of my money. What is that money used for? Because you deserve to know that. Unions are open and honest about it, okay? You remember how we talked about the fact that me as like a main organizer within my workplace could be likely to get fired. How am I going to figure that out? Well, that is why the union takes union dues, is so that when I get unlawfully fired, they can pay for my legal case and they could help me until I get rehired and get my back paid or my back pay so I can maintain my housing, maintain my food. Okay. If you go on strike, okay, and you don't have PTO, they could go ahead and help you to remain paying your bills, remain buying food. That is the point of union dues. It has nothing to do with the same uh, wage theft that the employer is doing. Instead, it is to make sure that the understanding that unionization can be hard. And sometimes there are things that happen due to you unionizing. So we have the extra money in the bank so that we can make sure that you don't lose your home. Don't lose the capability to feed your family. That is the point of the union. Now those union dues are looking pretty fucking good, huh? Only 10 to 20 bucks. 10 to 20 bucks per week. Meanwhile, I'm getting an extra couple hundred per week. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good, huh?
That's what I'm
Now,
saying.
one of the other things that they will try to tell you is they will tell you, hey, unions make it harder for me to fire the lazy workers. You don't want Theodore over there being a lazy ass motherfucker. Like, you're having to pull his weight. That's not fair.
It's already happening right now and we're not unionized. What the fuck?
That's number one. Here's the thing, number two. Why would there not be a process for firing people? I don't want you to just flip on a dime and say, fire Kyler. I'm one of your best workers, and I don't have any assurity. I don't have any assurance that you're not just going to fire me for the fuck of it.
Yeah.
That's the union. Guess what? It should be harder to fire because if I get fired, if you get fired, how are you paying your bills? They could do it at any moment. Most states are right to work states where the employer can fire you for no reason at all. That is so fucked up. Why can they turn on a dime and fire you for the fuck of it? Just because they wanted to have a little fun that day. No, there should be a process to firing people. You should have a process when it comes to doing something that could ruin people's lives. Taking away the opportunity for somebody to pay their bills, to maintain their housing, to maintain their food. Think about that. Think about the insanity that one of the arguments for why you shouldn't unionize is, hey, how am I going to ruin this person's life a little bit easier if you unionize? That's fucked up.
Like I said, it's already hard enough for us to get rid of people who are legitimately ruining the workspace and workplace. At the very least, when as a collective, we've realized that this person is actively ruining the workspace, we can actually do the process and the least amount of damage is going to happen to that person who doesn't deserve to work there anymore. You know what I mean?
Even then, Who knows? Maybe the conversation hasn't been properly had with them. Now the process is giving them the chance and the opportunity to fix that shit and
Yeah,
to do better, right? Like, would you not want that too? Why do you want them to be able to fire you off the whim?
exactly.
Because
Off
right
rip.
now you're a little depressed.
That, but my
I'm
my
sorry.
my my particular example here is we've already said that HR's job is to protect the company, not to protect you. We kind of already said that. But if our only tools that are at our disposal for folks who are non-union is the HR department, they're also going to not get rid of somebody to avoid the liability because they'll be like, well, someone could turn around and sue us. So I guess we're just going to not fire the person who is actively, despite the fact giving multiple chances to improve. And it's like, I think the only repercussion is this. What this does, it lets them, we can create a system in which when we go through the process and all the checkpoints have been made and nothing still has improved, they get let go, but their life is not ruined in that process after the fact. It is humanely ridding them of the workspace while not actively destroying their living situation and their life. You know what I mean? Like, if in any other circumstance that happens, and let's say a similar process exists in your workspace, that person's life is fucked forever just because you had too many arguments with that person. You know what I mean? And it's like, I have a good conscience, but that's because I'm heartless, right? But that's the whole point of the collective within the union, right? Why we all have the shared struggles, why we all have the ability to come together and be one large collective, bargaining and asking for the things that we deserve, right? That's why songs have been written for this shit for like ever and ever, and people have been brutally murdered for singing these songs to encourage people to come together for in their workspace. You know what I mean?
Do yourself that favor. Don't. Those arguments that they will try to use are all to trick you,
Yeah.
to throw your fellow worker under the bus,
Yeah.
and they will still steal from you nonetheless.
He'll still do it. Funny enough, biggest example of why isolation is the biggest weapon that they have, as opposed to collective action and solidarity. There was a like Netflix show or something along the lines. It was like Netflix show or like CMT, which is like that country based MTV sort of thing, about the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Oh my god. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
For those that have no idea, during like season 2 or season 3 of the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, like reality show, whatever it happens to be, they saw the level of exploitation they were going through just to be a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader and how much they are killing and destroying themselves. Like women who are like 25 who are losing the ability to walk and could possibly be outran by women in their 90s type of deal because of how much damage they're doing to their body. And all the stuff that they have to do is paid for out of pocket from their own money, and they are paid like a contractor for pennies on the dollar, and all they get out of it is a little bit of clout. In this particular,
literally like 30,000 a year with no health care.
Exactly. Also, in this particular instance, what had happened was they saw how much support for them to collectively bargain, come together, they were receiving, and one of the cheerleaders said, "I think we need to start putting together an effort to unionize." I believe the closest union that they would be associated with, which I believe is like the stage actors. So the union that supports theater workers, people who do musicals and that side of production. That would be the closest union that associates to them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders did was secretly start coming together. How do we form a union? How do we get a collective? And there was a couple of different people who were coming together and saying, hey, this is what we do. This is how we say. Remember, they need us more than we need them, which is always true. It is always true. They took the one person who was the most vocal about coming together, organizing, getting everyone to learn how to say yes, describing the benefits of unionization. And because she was a bombastic personality, they took her and they started not putting her on spots, because that's how they made additional money. They would fly out a certain amount of the girls to do additional spots. They would fly out a certain amount of girls to do the thing. Keep in mind, they're not actually flying them out because they still have to pay for that out of pocket, because that's not covered by the Dallas Cowboys. Why would that be? They took this one person who was like, hey, I'm not getting all of the extra gigs I'm supposed to be getting. What's going on? It's like, well, apparently, we need you more than you need us, but it kind of doesn't seem that way, right? And they broke her in that instance. She chooses not to come back for another season for the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. And instantly, as soon as she walks out, they take to the next scene and they say everyone's pay now goes up by a few more $1,000 as a direct result of letting go the one person that was trying to lead unionization efforts, to ice her out, to make this a band-aid solution to prevent further unionization efforts. All of this on TV. And still, people will see the tactics that are put into place and still have reservations about unionization. What?
So, God, it was so fucking evil, dude.
I know. Fucking diabolical. Diabolical is the only way I could say it, because there's no other way it could be.
So, continuing with where my story is at, I said I'm very lucky, because if you may recall, I mentioned that they had already done a successful unionization effort within the U of U hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, I am very pro-union, to the point that I think every workplace, at minimum, should be unionized. I think that should be the bare minimum.
Mm-hmm.
So why wasn't I already part of this union? I wasn't informed. I didn't know we had one. Fun fact. This whole time that I've been working here. Very purposefully, obviously. Now, that being said, there is a potential that we will not have to do the vote whatsoever.
Oh.
Me and one of the other two coworkers, we are going to be, we got a call back and everything from the union head. I'm forgetting what her name is right now, but she's a daughter of a long-term UAW union worker and union organizer even. And so that is why she was part of the lead force on the unionization effort initially. But we will be meeting with her after our shifts on Sunday and everything. And so there's actually a potential that we can just fucking join the union right goddamn now. And if that's the case, your boy's gonna get a bit more money, and so is the rest of his coworkers.
Hell yeah.
Because you best fucking believe I'm letting each coworker know, like, yeah, me, Maddie, Alex, we all started making more money. Yeah, we joined this thing. I'll tell you about it later. You can here's my number. text me. But we're making more money now. So
Hell yeah.
I might be very lucky. I'm hopeful.
Claps.
If not, then I'm gonna do the fucking hard route. I'm gonna play the fucking hardball. I'm gonna do the work and the effort. Like I said, we've got 10 to 7, depending. We need 13 minimum.
Mm.
I will be fighting that fucking fight.
I already
we'll get it.
We have a situation where unionization efforts are being looked at in a positive light within my immediate team, and I'm like, oh, I know a great way I can also bring in my manager in this so that he can join us, because he is being put in an incredibly impossible situation. Mm-hmm. And if we coordinate it just right, he can actually, instead of being considered a manager as far as like roles, he can be a normal personnel, quote unquote normal personnel, and he could also possibly be joining us as long as I can, if I can convince him to give up the title of manager. Yeah, because like on paper he will always be a manager, but if his work title isn't, I think,
yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
explaining the little bit of the weeds for you guys, because this is something that I am also having to be cognizant of, as I was already being talked to being put into higher positions. Mm-hmm. When it comes to unionization, management is not considered in that because they are management. They have a direct oppositional position to unions, and so they are not allowed into unions because of that. Okay, because you as the manager are deciding the pay rate of your employees. You are deciding some of the benefits of your employees, or at least involved in those decisions. And so hence why you would not be involved in a union trying to fight for better benefits, because you are trying to stop those.
Yeah.
That is, management is are class traders, just inherently. That is what they are. They are lower class, but they are told that, hey, you get this pretty little type, you get a little bit of extra money. See, you're just like us, big dog. You're just like the millionaires who employ you. In reality, they're traders. All right. Mm-hmm. That's a Candace Owens right there. Don't trust her. Nuh-uh. No, we don't ever trust that motherfucker. All right. We don't trust a token. Tokens always get spent against you. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that being said, that is, so like, technically there's like 30 people in my workplace because we have supervisors and managers and everything. And so like that is another thing that is in my, like, I gotta like figure that out if we do have to do the big push. Low key, if the supervisors count, that would be better for us, because they would add 4 people and 3 of them would be game.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, while your like direct title, like in the chain, like says manager, like when you looked them up as an employee, they'll say like manager 2 or whatever. But like, as far as the title of what they do at the site, while yes, they do have the managerial responsibilities at the site, they are the this, they are the this, they are the that. They are not the full, that's their title isn't solely just manager. And that's how they can possibly be brought in, especially if you got good enough rapport with them to join the effort, because they inherently will become the next level payment where they should, and that extra layer of buffer between a director, which is the biggest opponent, and your site leadership, in which you have the most control and the most ability to advocate with and against, and they have the biggest interest in your individual success at a smaller local level than that of a higher up director that isn't part of your immediate workforce. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That being said, that is the reason why, like, that is important to know is one of the other anti-unionization tactics. Like as Jesse mentioned, you'll remember back in this conversation near the beginning of the unionization talk is like they will fire you. That is illegal though, and there are ways around like to combat that. But you'll remember the Dallas Cowboys effort, right? Those cheerleaders. The one that was most vocal stopped getting spots because that isn't firing her, but it is pressuring her to leave. So it is
Mm-hmm.
technically legal. One of the other legal routes, if they know you are starting to unionize, because it is important to have main leaders within the effort be likable, hard workers. So it is harder for those combative arguments to be used against your unionization effort and less likely for them to be able to justify certain firings. Okay. To combat that as well. That being said, they can also promote you to make it so that you can't be involved in the unionization effort. So it's a little sneaky bullshit thing that they'll pull on you because
Mm-hmm.
fuck them.
Yep. Exactly. So all I'm going to say is, because we're getting close to the end, another chapter in the unionization efforts is getting closer. I really wish you the best with that. And given the situation I have at my work right now, they seem to be very interested in my communist bullshit right now. So
Starts looking a lot prettier when it can help you.
I was like, hey, yo, that color red and that hammer and sickle look pretty cool right about right now, don't it?
They're pretty nice. I will
So
tell you, they're pretty nice.
so I will wish you the best. It's always deserved that a handsome young charismatic man is able to bring great change to their community, and in this instance you bringing unionization to your workplace and possibly the start of a bigger movement that you played a tiny little role in, and maybe a bigger one if it ends up going to that.
I do have to, of course, give shouts out because, like, this kind of plays into the one other thing that I want to hit on this pod while we have time and everything, which is like the transition from somebody who very much tokenized themselves
Mm-hmm.
to being a vocal minority and a vocal part in like these movements and everything, right? I have to give my due deserts to the other people within this movement. One of which, like, you have me who is like very openly, publicly queer and everything,
Mm-hmm.
extremely pro trans. Like, I fucking go to bat for trans people in my workplace, as I should, and as I
As
always should
all
have done.
should.
That being said, one of my coworkers, the one who told me about this job, who I'm very close friends with from and like knew from the Smash scene and then Rivals, of course. Love Mads so much, love her so much. Trans women, right on that front line, okay, as they have always historically been.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is something that like recognizing and learning like one of the early parts of like coming to the understanding of my queerness and like the history of that movement and everything was like Stonewall, of course.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, I'm not going to go through the whole story of it. For the love of God, there is a great look up American History Teller Stonewall. They do a really good job of going over a
Mm-hmm.
lot of it. Of course, it is still from a general part of the system, so they don't go over everything, especially like some of the most important parts. So Stonewall was a big movement in queer revolution and queer freedom and gaining more rights for queer people. We are still nowhere near that. I need everyone who is watching
Mm-hmm.
this to understand there are over 1,000 different laws within the US across the 50 different states that restrain queer people in some way, shape, or form. Okay.
Criminalizes them in
And
some way.
so, for example, how this used to work, like the most blatant was just a flat out law against queerness across the board. So it would be illegal for me to do PDA with a man in public.
Mm-hmm.
That would get me not only arrested, that would give me a felony charge prison time, and I would be
On the
a
rest of your
sex
suit.
offender permanently. There are people who are still considered sex offenders because of those crimes. Okay, I need you to understand that. Okay, this isn't like, oh, some woke bullshit of like, oh, no, it's
Keep in mind,
you.
Marsha P. Johnson's killer has never been found.
Mhm.
Her killer has never been found. Right. So
It was criminal. If you wore another good example, Stonewall. This is, by the way, in New York City. You know, your queer woke haven. It was. This is one of the places where the PDA laws existed. Okay, this was nationwide. This was in like L.A. East Hollywood area. Okay, that's fucking
mhm.
queer. That is the fucking like homeland of the queers.
Yep.
Okay, if you wore more than 3 articles of clothing that were designated as the other sex, you would also be arrested, felony charge, prison time, sex offender. Again, some of these people who were charged for these crimes are still on the registered sex offender list.
Decades
Okay?
later.
Decades later. This was something in the 80s and 90s. It is not that long ago. Okay?
Mm-mm.
This is recent. Gay marriage was only legalized in the 2010s,
Uh,
2015.
less than 12 years ago, barely 11 years ago, that it was codified. I want to say it was codified in 2015. Yeah, you're right.
2015. It was 2015.
So we barely have a decade with this.
Yeah. So understand, this isn't just like, oh, he wants more queerness in shows. No, I want to legally be allowed to hold hands with a man without having to worry what state I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That shouldn't have been ever a controversial thing, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that being said, on the front lines of Stonewall, Jesse, I'm sure you know who it was. It was trans black women. Trans black women on those goddamn front lines.
Again,
Because
Marsha P. Johnson's killer was never found. Her killer was never found. Sylvia Rivera, same thing. Her body was beaten and broken. Always saying that straight looking white guys, like, why aren't you doing more? You know what I mean?
Yep. They were always on the front line, and so like always, I always want to give that on. Like Maddie especially is part of the reason why I am even this far left. Okay, so like I can't even say like, oh yeah, I'm the big leader in this or what. No, because I would be so ignorant to the fact that she's part of the reason why I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
She's also on the front lines with me. Okay, like she is the only reason why I will even say, like why I can even say like I'm more the public face of like pushing this unionization effort is because it's safer for me to do that. I'm a straight presenting white dude. She is a trans woman. Yeah, good luck with that one.
Mm-mm.
You're fucked a dot. I can get away with like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like I think unions are good. All right,
I
like
tell you what, the best
I saw
time I
unions at
just join
Northwest
a
Rally.
union is now.
When we were building bombs to kill brown people, we had you like if I say shit, they're like, well, he's part of the system. He's for us.
He looks like one
I
of
can play that
us.
off. I can even right now, you are hearing him asking me. And that's like kind of like the big thing that I wanted to get into is like the weirdness of
Mm-hmm.
recognizing like here let me pull up this message because like this is the specific message that kind of like got me to think about it and want to like talk about it on the pod and everything. Jet the Jenga God. Okay, one of my closest friends. He is one of the first people that I talked to about my divorce and everything. He's one of the like I love and care about him so goddamn much. Okay. Um, he we're like chatting and everything, and he asks a question out of curiosity because he's known me for like half a decade, right? Goddamn, where's this fucking message? Uh, uh, This will be easier if I do this. Okay. Question: have you been intentionally changing your voice? Now, like that is in DMs, so like I couldn't like it. Thankfully, like I know Jet will understand the conveyance of what I'm trying to get across, and so for you guys get to get a little bit more long form answer of this and everything. The answer is yes and no.
Mhm.
For a long time, right? How strict are YouTube's terms of services with slurs? Real fast,
Which we
just a
shouldn't.
great question.
Slurs definitely
But
not.
they won't let you rock that. Okay,
No, they won't let
I
you rock
wasn't sure
that.
if like Twitch will let you if it applies to you.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure before I like
Yeah.
continued this and everything. My dad would let rip that F slur. Okay, he just constantly on me, and this is before I even knew what I was. Like to him, I'm straight, but the insult, the dehumanization, is that
Hmm.
F slur. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Right? He was one of those people. Like he was a conspiracy theorist motherfucker. He when he heard about the yeah, you have no idea,
Some like
honey,
Alex
we're
Jones
getting married.
shit. Like, you know what I mean?
When gay people were allowed to get married immediately, they're taking over the US. They're gonna make it so that that we can't get married in the temple. They're gonna destroy Christianity across the board. They're going to try to invade the Mormon church and eject. This is what we were warned about of Satan. Like that's the level of like he thought it was this whole mob of queer people coming for the Mormon faith. Okay, so taking off the trying to like take off the mask a little bit, and even then, like I'm still like kind of engaging in like, oh, I'm going straight, I'm going straight. You know, I was this is how I talked. This is my voice at like a more natural level. Like this is how I naturally talk. And there have been plenty of people like I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but like Jordan, aka Yang, he has heard my voice like this at times. There are several people who heard it when the mask started to drop
Hmm.
because I was growing up. It was a constant question of, are you gay? Are you are you gay? And when you have a dad constantly in your ear, that is the most evil, foul, worse than anything else he would ever call me. Right? He positioned that as animalistic and subhuman.
Yeah. The
I'm gonna
level of
mask my voice.
dehumanization cannot be understated.
Yeah, I'm gonna mask my voice. I'm gonna make it sound like I'm straight. And so now, how do I talk? Oh, hey, shit. This is how most people know me for talking. Until the past year, this is how most people have heard me,
Hmm.
even in private. Like, Jet heard that voice as a joke because that was the one way I could comfortably be myself was as a bit of like, oh, I'll suck your fucking dick. Give it to me. Give it to me, daddy. Like that was the one time I could be comfortable being myself.
Yeah.
And so the answer is yes and no. Yes, I am forcing my voice to change on purpose because I am choosing to drop the mask more and more to say, hey, yeah, I am a, like, I almost just said it. Sorry, I'm gonna get you banned and shit. But like, yeah, I am. And like, this kind of ties into one of the things that like some fucking straight people, y'all need to shut the fuck up when I use that slur. Y'all don't fucking know shit. The reason why I'm using it with other people in community who they know,
Yeah.
like it's not just like, oh, I'm letting it
Also,
rip. They
also,
know what I am.
also
They
in
know who I am.
community, like that, right?
Yeah. It's I'm doing it with them. They know that I am one of them. We understand each other, our love and care, that we aren't just tokens or whatever.
Yeah.
It is because it is a recognition and a reclamation of what it is to be queer. Because fuck it. Yeah, I'm into men. Who fucking gives it? Why is that dehumanization? And so it's a
Right.
recognition that, hey, this word that was used to abuse us over and over and over, tell us that we are subhuman. That, like, the first step a lot of the time is putting on that mask, is saying, hey, yeah, I can be one of the good ones. Yeah, I'm queer, but like I'm straight presenting. I'm good. I'm good. I'm with you.
Or you could be like Austin's show where he doesn't realize he's not.
Oh, we're gonna get.
Real quick,
I will say,
wait, real quick.
he
Did you see Fear? Did
Get
you
better
see
on the
the?
your age stuff.
Yeah, okay, I did tell you about that, right?
Oh, you didn't tell me, girl. I knew.
Or you saw it? Oh, no,
I'm
I'm talking about when he was on. Yeah, okay, so the Fear End, or he goes, "Hey, let's go card for card." Your agent Austin is like card for card.
Let's break that down. Let's break Austin show down a little bit. On like my okay. So from in community, okay, they had Your Age on. Your Age is a part of Phase. Phase has a lot of homophobic issues and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They should be taking crap for that. Like that is one of my main problem. Like my main problem with Hassan is he does not go to bat when he should sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand maybe it's because he's not doing it publicly, but that is a problem because of the fact that you are publicly associating with that person.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to make it clear to your chat where you stand when you say you are with that community, when you say you are an ally, not just saying that you are pro, when you say you are an ally, because there is a difference. You can be pro, not care if gay people are existing and everything, but you are not an ally. Okay. There are many people I know that are not allies that, you know what, they're pro. That's good enough for me. Whatever. Fuck it.
That's the best I can get.
Are not allies. I hope one day they are. Right now, they're pro. But that's good enough because they aren't anti-queer. But they aren't on that fucking front line. They aren't breaking down the real issues that cause that homophobia, that cause that internalized homophobia, that systematic oppression. Hassan knows these things. Austin Show knows these things. So why the fuck are you having Your Rage on and especially Austin tokenizing himself when Your Rage wasn't asking for the tokenization?
Yeah.
Now, that being said, I will say his follow-up content of going
to the drag show,
Florida. Yeah, going to Florida, hanging out with Your Age, and putting him in a lot of these queer positions, and being like, no, you can't act like that at like a drag brunch. No, like, what are you fucking doing? You know, like that. That was good. That was good. So I will give it up to Austin. He did better.
Yep.
Thankfully, he fixed a lot of that issue. You know, but like that step one is see, I can present straight. I can act straight. I can be one of you. I can that is being pro gay or tokenizing yourself.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're at. And that level is F slur isn't okay because it hurts people. Okay. So let's break it down. Why does it hurt people? Is it because the F slur is inherently bad? No, it's saying that you are queer and into the same sex. It says that you are not cisgender, that you are trans, that you are non-binary. And so the inherent issue isn't being within that class. It is the systematic weight that is put upon that word to say that you are not human. Now, that being said, that is why you straight cis motherfuckers, let's get it across here. Let's make it clear. You cannot disconnect that. You are part of that system that made that problem. So that is why you saying it is out of pocket and not okay.
Always.
I'm not giving you the goddamn card for, well, I might give Arbiter the card because it's funny to try to get him to say it and him be like, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But that is the reason why that somebody who is straight can't just let that rip. Somebody who is cis straight cannot just let that rip because it doesn't. You are still attached to the system that decided that is subhuman, that decided that that means I am less than you. Okay. You are using it from the position of power to say that, hey, you're not human. Okay. That is the difference. And so when I'm letting that mask down and using it with other people who are queer, it is because it is a recognition and breaking apart that system of saying, hey, queerness is wrong and foul. No, fuck you. I'm fruity. Who gives a fuck? All right. I'm queer as shit. All right. I'm into men. I'm out here. Like, yeah, I got a fucking high pitched voice. Who gives a shit if I'm a little feminine? All right. Suck my dick. All right. You could get it the same way she could get it. Eat my ass. That is what that is. And so, you straight motherfuckers, Little message to you, because I've had to argue a little too much with you dumbasses recently, all right? I swear to God, if you try to fucking tell me that bitch or asshole can also, like, oh, it's a slur because it's derogatory. No, the fuck it isn't. All right? Shut the fuck up. Shut your goddamn mouth. Because me saying bitch or asshole, sure, it's derogatory. It's not a goddamn slur because I'm not saying you're subhuman. I'm not taking your humanity away. I'm not trying to strip you of that shit. I'm not trying to say that you are lesser and should not receive the basic necessities to live. So, no, it's not the goddamn same. Shut the fuck up. And when I use it, it's not out of some fucking systematic oppression. It's because I'm recognizing that, hey, I have been told that this is bad. When I am recognizing that, no, this is me, this is good. So shut the fuck up when you tell me that I can't use my goddamn word to recognize that, hey, this is what I am. This is what I fucking am.
That's
and
right.
It's not bad. Suck my dick.
Do it. Hell yeah.
I've had that on my chest for a while. There's a person that I'm supposed to go over to their birthday party tonight. This fucking white motherfucker. This white. Okay, look. I have to preface this. For some of you men. I'm not on your fucking side.
You M words.
You fucking men. All right? You fucking men.
Men. Derogatory.
Derogatory. I'm not on your side before I say this. I need to make this very clear. This is not your opportunity to bash women. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all, men. Right. All right? You are fucking predators. Calm the fuck down. Now, that being said, okay, we need to get something straight. Some of y'all white women have been feeling a little good about your white privilege and have been forgetting that you are a minority like me and Jesse here. Okay?
Yep.
Amen. We aren't talking about you right now, but you are part of this problem too. Okay? Yep. I used to be part of this problem. I'm recognizing that I used to be part of this problem. I'm not erasing me from that. Okay.
There's a reason why. What they didn't realize is they forget that the biggest recipients of DEI placements and of affirmative action were white women. They forget that. So when all that shit was rolled back, a bunch of white women realized that they became a minority real freaking quick.
I will add to that some white gay men too.
Yeah.
And it's because of the ability, like I said it earlier, I'm very easily able to straight mode. And so I can just
that code switch.
Capitalize the W, right? So like let's exactly, it's code switching for my safety. It needs to but okay, so I want to make it clear. White gay men, you are part of this problem too. Okay. We because I want to make sure that I'm not just bullying women and punching down for a second here. Okay. Because you white gay men might be a bigger part of this problem sometimes. All right. High key. But we don't talk about you as much because you're men. And so you get some extra power and privilege from that. That being said, I don't experience it from y'all because you are part of my like clan and everything. So you aren't like going out against, you instead are going out against like women and colored people. So that's why I'm not talking to you directly, is because I don't experience it. But recognize, I see what the fuck you're doing. You're part of this problem too. I need you to take this in as well. Now, again, men, sit the fuck down. If you're gonna use this as like, oh yeah, fuck women, fuck y'all, no, fuck y'all, you're the worst. You're the fucking worst of it. Okay, now, white women, we need to have an honest conversation. We've been a little too
bring them down a peg.
We've been a little too willing to say that you are allies. Okay, I love y'all. We gotta have that conversation. We've been a little. Some of y'all are just pro gay. You aren't allies, and it shows when you are telling me not to use the F slur. Girl, you are not about to. You are not about to women-splain to me. Okay, and I'm using that word because that's gonna come back up in a second here. You're not about to women-splain to me how the F slur works. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You're out of your lane. You are not queer. Calm down. Okay. Even if you think like, oh, maybe I could be into women, girl, you're 3 shots deep. Calm down. No, you're drunk. All right, stop it. You are putting on a face to fit in to an in group. I get it. I understand. I love y'all. Just like let's back off a little bit. Now, on the other hand, okay, mansplaining is a serious problem. Do not diminish that by telling me when I let you know, hey, this recipe isn't just beef fat rendered. Okay, because when you're telling a customer that it's just rendered beef, no, it has peppers, it has onions, it has tomatoes. You are committing a crime because they might be allergic to those things. This is not me mansplaining to you. I understand that you have been hit by a lot of the same men that like I correct this because I am so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm having this conversation and like I want to recognize that like hey, I see you. I understand. Like I know that it's happening. I don't want to diminish that. But don't tell me I'm mansplaining when you are objectively committing a crime and threatening a customer's life, and then you tell me I'm mansplaining when you said it was just rendered beef fat. No, that has 10 other ingredients in it. That could kill him. We're in a hospital. We're in a hospital. You are committing a crime. Me telling you what the other ingredients are and like, hey, hold up, it actually has this and this and this. Oh, now you're mansplaining. No. If you knew what it was, then you need to say what it was because that's
Yeah.
dangerous. Okay? All love and respect. Okay?
I can't mansplain if you're doing a crime.
Now I want to back up. I
That's
Also,
I would say
I
that's a
can be
funny one.
mansplaining even if you're committing a crime. Stealing is based. Stealing is based. I'll stand by that. From the rich. From the rich and corporations is based. Now,
That's
I
why
want to back
Robin
up
Hood
again.
exists.
Exactly. That's why I want to back up again. Men, don't fucking talk. Don't you fucking talk. Okay? Because that is one person. That is an individual problem, not a systematic problem.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers are the goddamn problem in that. Y'all are the reason why she feels that she is likely to be mansplained in this situation because y'all be doing that. Okay? Don't get it twisted. She individually is the problem, not women. You are. You men are the fucking problem. And if anything,
Like I
it's
said,
not
these
because she's a
M
woman,
words.
it's because she's fucking white. All right? It's because
These
she's white
men.
and
See,
straight.
do I get it? Oh, I don't have that emote on here.
Men. Goddamn men. You're the fucking problem. Stay in your goddamn lane. Okay? One person that I see from time to time, not like one type of person that I see from time to time, the reason why they are a problem is because they're women, because they're straight and white. And a lot of you men are also straight and white. Okay?
Goddamn M words.
Stay in your fucking lane. Stay in your goddamn lane.
That's why I love ripping that one at work. Like when I was talking to certain coworkers, as like, these goddamn M words, these men.
That's awesome.
These men, derogatory, not men descriptive.
Okay, but I'm gonna say this, and then I need to like explain why this is like why this problem happens, so that it's not just a like, hey, let me attack these type of women real fast. I know I'm like really trying hard to cover my ass because I think it's really important. I had this queer homie hit me up, and he's like, dude, I get why people don't date men. Fuck men, they're the worst. No. I'm bringing you gay men, you white gay men back into this, okay? Because I know we were talking about straight white women, and again, some of y'all men be getting the feeling that like, oh, he's talking about a woman. I gotta pop off at the oh, I love hating women. Okay. Reason why this is a problem, why this happens, is a lack of understanding when it comes to intersectionality. Okay. My queerness, my oppression through my queerness, it's not the same as Jesse's oppression through being Latino. So while I might understand being oppressed, I don't understand being Latino. And so maybe Jesse says something about being oppressed as a Latino man. I'm like, oh yeah, I understand it. No, the fuck I don't. I understand part of it. Okay. This is why you notice that I have to clarify straight white women, because black women, colored women, queer women don't be doing this to me.
Yeah.
Because they have that intersectionality. They have multiple forms of oppression. And so they're like, yeah, I get it's different. I'm gonna lay off. It's a different thing. I'm gonna trust. Like maybe I'll ask the question of like, hey, why shout outs to Lentini. Shout outs to Lentini asking me one time of like about like why are black because like he knows how far into leftist thought I am. He's like, why do black men get to say the word? I'm like, I don't understand that to that full extent, but this is why I quit because he understands the circles I run in.
Yeah,
Like, I have more like, even though I'm not, like, that level, I have more adjacency than this motherfucker does.
yeah.
There's a reason why me masking straight comes off a little bit, it comes off a little bit like I'm trying to be hood, you know what I'm like, and I know where it comes from. I know it's because the circles I and, like, that was my understanding of straightness and everything. I'm still unpacking that. I'm to all you like colored men, especially black men who like kind of were thinking like, man, when he's being straight, he's kind of like popping off at the mouth and like he's kind of like acting like I know. I, that is something I'm still unpacking. I'm sorry. I know where it comes from,
Yeah.
and I'm very sorry. I understand if you are mad at that any level. That is 100% my whiteness coming through to try to embody straight. I'm so sorry for that appropriation. All right. Like I see you. I know that the Ave like usage and like I'm so sorry. I will continue working on it. Feel free to call me out though. That is totally fair. Totally fair. I don't want to diminish that ability to call me out on that shit.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Anyways, Lentini asked me, and I'm like, I can't speak 100% to
I was
this.
like,
I
listen,
have
man,
to.
I don't know if you know.
I don't know if you know. That being said, like here is like some Lil Bill stuff. Here's some Four Man in a Foreign Land. Some FD. Like
Yeah.
here's go watch some of these. This will give you a
The
better.
high
But
level shit right there.
yeah, but from like the queer standpoint, from the F slur standpoint, this is why. This is why within community and like this can't be disconnected and everything. So understand, okay, you people listening to those who aren't a minority at all, who are like one flavor of minority, like myself, okay. Um, there is oppression is a lot of different breeds, a lot of different flavors. You understand yours that you have, and if you have more than one, then you understand that there is a spectrum to this and a lot of different ways this goes. And so the reason why they're popping off at the mouth because they have one form of oppression and they think that, gives them the full scope. It doesn't. I I'm not
It's
always
not a
as
whole
cognizant as I would
not a whole
like to believe
pass.
I am.
It's
Mhm.
not a whole pass.
Yeah, it is not. There's different things that happen and I am trying to every day be more cognizant of the fact that I don't understand intersectionality because I don't experience it. It just is what it is. But that is why those notice how I always said straight white women, okay? And possibly a bigger offender of this is white male gays. Okay. There's a reason why there was like, oh, get rid of the T out of the LGBTQ. No, that ain't
Yeah.
fucking happening. You're a goddamn token. I know what you are. I
Yep.
know what you are. Nope. Mm-mm. Shut that shit down. Nope. You are lowercasing your Q, capitalizing the W.
Mm.
Oh, these black people are no, 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 no. You're lowercasing your Q, uppercasing your W. By the way, I do have to give shout outs to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land because that is his allegory, his
Nice.
analogy. All right. Go give that man some love.
Hell yeah.
Phenomenal, phenomenal leftist thinker.
Love that man.
I say leftist thinker as if like fucking like social YouTube video essays are like our modern day MLK.
Which
Like
is kind of fucked up because it's mostly true. You look at even at Giannis Varoufakis. Like he has a whole ass YouTube channel, and he's being like brought on to talk about techno feudalism. And even he has a YouTube channel, and he makes the rounds, and you see him like on Hassan and shit.
that's the truth. That's the truth. You
Also,
gotta
don't remember if you remember, Simu Liu brought up techno feudalism. I was like, hey, wait, hold on. My man knows Giannis Varoufakis.
he knows game. He knows game.
I was like, oh man. And also he's a Pikachu main in Melee. Man, I did not realize the type of ball that he was a knower of.
He knows. He knows. That kind of like goes into that one little that like slight rage at the like, oh yeah, let me get signal, get signal, get signal.
Yeah.
I had this conversation with someone who really wanted me to like get signal because they didn't feel comfortable talking about like a lot of leftist thought outside of a protected channel.
Yeah.
and they all were like trying to push other people within a group chat to get signals so that they could voice their political opinions to them.
Yeah.
Okay, you are adding a barrier of entry here. You
A
need
little bit.
like
Yeah.
that's not how revolutionary action works. You have to go to the people and meet them where they are. Like you have done the hard part of getting over that barrier. You
The
need to get them over
the best like allegory, or not the best allegory, metaphor, whatever the appropriate word is, was Elliot Sang. I don't know if you've like seen his stuff or read any of his
Oh,
articles.
very well aware. Very well
So
aware of his
Elliot
stuff.
Sang, when breaking down the Super Bowl performance, basically said that it's all about bringing someone from the letter A to the Z. And just because you're a Z doesn't mean they can just make the leap from A to Z. They still have to go to B, C, and D. Some people are at A. Some people are at H. Some people are at B. Some people haven't even turned the page to start the alphabet. It's your job, if you're trying to make and bring more people in, is take them to A, to B, to C, to D, all the way until they get to Z, to match where you're at. Yeah. And meet them at the different points of the journey that they're on, even if they're not even on that journey. And that's the best way to put it.
Shit. That's high key why Hassan gets so much shit from like both liberals and leftists, is because there are many leftists who don't recognize that like Hassan isn't meant to like even though he is more radical than he presents himself
very much
on Twitch online, he's not meant to be the XY, like he's not even meant to be the like U or W, within that journey. He is meant to be like LMNOP area. He is meant to bridge people. Yeah, if that. He is meant to bridge motherfuckers into that shit. And
like
so,
Hassan is like probably like letter C on the journey. He takes you from like C. He takes you from like C to like M.
Yeah, that's real shit.
He's like C to like, M. Right, that's where he's at.
Yeah,
it's like where he's at is like X, right? Where he's at is like X, but he brings you from like C to M so that you can finish N through Z on your own.
Yep.
Right.
And that, I will say, that's not even speculation. That's just like, that motherfucker. Like, it's like how I was talking about in the workplace. Like, as a leftist, you slide a couple of things, just like it's soft enough where nobody's gonna like pick up on the game if they don't know game.
Yeah. And the knowers will, like I said, the knowers will know.
Yeah. I think FD Signifier, he did this problematic white people.
Yeah, the problematic white boy tier list.
And he's like, yo, Hassan has done the reading on like radical black thought. He doesn't talk about it publicly. I know the stuff he does privately that y'all don't know about, but he's a bit farther than you realize.
That's what I'm saying. He's like Hassan is at X. He's not YZ yet, or I don't know if he wants to be YZ, but he's at X on that whole journey. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, there's not too much more that way. All right, man. It was been amazing. Thank you for coming on. It's great to like hear like the vocalization of like some of the stuff that like you've like experienced since our last conversation.
I've gone through a lot.
Yeah, it's great to like hear it like vocalized, right? Like also like hearing some of like the end point of like where you're at, the end game and unionization effort. That's also amazing. I'm glad that we've able to air that out, and like again the actual vocalization of it, because like we message back and forth on occasion and everything, and do the occasional call. For those who don't know, I helped create the outfits.
We had the Mexicana outfit
Yeah.
for that
I was like,
day
all
too,
right, we caught you at a very Latino time in your life. And yeah, we put that shit together. And boy, you had that shit on, I'm telling you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I'm a
So
little sad that I couldn't bring the shoes with me because, like, I was too worried if I ever flew. I wasn't sure if I was flying Frontier or not. Because Frontier
oh.
always checks your bag size, like the fucking dickheads they are.
Oh my god. But again, dude, thanks for hopping on, man. It's been great. Next time you have something and I'm available, let me know so that I can hop on with you and we can just BS and do some nonsense or whatever if I have the ability to, man. Thank you for all the good times here with this, man. As always, we do the real final thing, rapid fire questions. And we did this.
Actually, get to do it this time.
Huh?
Actually, get to do it this time.
We get to do this for real this time. And 10 rapid fire. We're gonna do it slightly different than the way we were doing in the past. It's one then one until we hit 10.
Oh, I like that.
Until we hit 10 each. So if you call it, you either choose to ask the first question or you choose to ask the last question. So I'm going to ask you heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. All right. Let's flip.
What can I say? I'm a gay ass motherfucker. I want that head.
Hope you're first.
I am first.
Because you're giving up the tail. Hey, is this Diego? Made it just in time for the rapid fires.
Oh, hell.
Hell yeah. All right. So I am going to, since I technically win the coin toss, I am going to ask the last question. So let's have you go first.
Guilty pleasure.
Oh, that's the problem. There's no such thing. If no pleasure should ever feel guilty.
I'll be honest. I did for the longest time. I did not have a guilty pleasure. I became a leftist, and now I have one or two.
I think it should be a guilty pleasure, but certain trashy reality TV. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
That should be, but I get you.
It should be, but I think that's the closest thing that I got to like a guilty pleasure.
That's a little bit of fruitiness in you.
Yeah, well, like so, I asked Des, I asked her, Amor, if I was signed up for a competition, what would be a good drag song for me? And she gave me a great choice. She said it should be La Vida es un Carnaval by Celia Cruz. And I'm like, that's a good one. But I think I found the perfect song. And it's the London stage for Capcom versus SNK 2, which is True Love We're Making. And I'm like, yo, that's some good 90s club music that I feel like I could rock some shit. And I think that will be it, right?
I feel that. All right. Guilty pleasure with trashy reality TV.
I think trashy reality TV, but like that classic vintage trashy reality. Like I'm talking like peak VH. No, I'm talking peak VH1. Like Flavor of Love kind of trash, you know what I mean? Like what's that one, what did he call it where Drewski like tried to make a like throwback to it or something? like that's the kind of trashy reality I love.
Okay, I see you.
Right, it was like such a throwback to that because all of the graphics of it. Oh, the nostalgia for something that just came for that. So yeah, I guess I'm going to say trashy reality TV. That's probably the closest thing I think of.
Fair.
All right. Let me see if I can think of a good one.
Also, we totally didn't talk about Evo. That was like the one thing that I was like, we must talk about.
Oh, we didn't talk about Evo.
The one note that I'll give, if you chose not to go to Genesis and you're like, I'm not gonna go to Genesis because I'm gonna go to Evo, I look at you different. Outside of that, I get it. All right, we don't have the power to go ahead. We do not have the power as a rival scene to change anything because Evo is a lot more FGC than us. So
Yeah.
I don't blame anyone else. Not sure if I'm gonna go, but still thinking about it.
Well, we gotta figure that one out. All right. Okay. Ooh. You know what? I already gave you my answer. But what would be your top 2 songs to do a drag performance for? Or a drag performance to?
For me or for you?
For you.
For me. Oh yeah, are we both supposed to answer each of these, by the way? Am I supposed to tell you
No. It's just you asked me one, then I asked you one.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Just the way you phrased it made it seem like you were
No. Just back and forth.
Oh, fuck. Honestly, God, I've been bumping Abracadabra lately by Lady Gaga.
That's a good one.
Jesus Christ, that's Queen right there. That's OG Queen. I gotta like pull up my shit.
That's
I know.
Guadalupe Gaguita if you
Oh, actually, I know my other one. Guys.exe by Superfruit.
I do not know that one.
Basically, no one in your chat is gonna know this. They aren't queer enough to know this.
Okay.
Superfruit is 2 of the singers from Pentatonics. They did like a YouTube channel, did their own like music stuff together and everything. It's the really tall blonde and the high soprano dude. So it's by them. So like here, let me pull up some of the lyrics from it real fast. I can't not. It is, oh my god, I love this song.
Send it to me. Send it to me on right now when you have a chance.
Do you use Spotify or YouTube Music?
I'm a YouTube Music person.
So based, so fucking based. Fuck Spotify on every level.
I know.
Also, like you get YouTube Music with
YouTube Premium. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much better. It's so much better.
So yeah, send it to me when you have a chance.
Have YouTube Premium that for some reason are still paying
on Spotify.
Spotify, yeah.
Just why? There's no reason to.
Because they've been on there forever and they didn't realize there's like they have a built-in system for allowing you to transfer Spotify over to YouTube Music.
All right, I'll definitely catch that.
Anyways. So like some lyrics, where all the boys at with emotional stability, nice car, CEO, and almost just as smart as me? Where all the boys at with financial security, a doctor, a model, a man of possibilities, and then like the like pre-chorus, they say expectations are too high. I blew out my voice earlier. I was like doing my rant, but oh my god. They say expectations are too high and you'll never find a guy like that. Oh god. Fucking
beautiful. All right.
100%.
Nice.
Runway with that shit.
That is, yeah. I like the way that sounds so far. Okay. All right. Question number 2. Go ahead, ask. Oh, your camera failed for a second. All right.
Jesse.
Yeah.
What's the most homophobic thing about you?
Oh man, there's so many things.
I know. Like hating gay people. You're still pro-trans though.
That's really low on the list though. This is probably the most problematic thing. Like if we're gonna be super real.
I was ready for you to just say I'm Latino.
The reality, the most problematic thing is teaching my coworkers gay terms, like terms that are like used in the queer community.
Yeah.
And what they actually mean, so they can be more effectively derogatory towards straight men in a homophobic manner. Like I taught them what a blouse is.
That's wild. That like, I
Like,
was ready for, like, yeah, I taught him about, like, a doll and a twink and a no, I taught him about blouse. I taught him what a
yeah,
blouse is. Have you
I
taught them about cum gutters?
yeah, I think I have. No, but yeah, because there's this guy who's as much as like we know for a fact that he is a straight man. Like there's no denying it. But it's impossible. It's Gianmarco Scorsese all over again with this man.
Nobody's straight.
Wait, so
Straight is a fiction created by society to maintain,
a patriarchy order.
misogyny and patriarchy.
Exactly.
Everyone is a little bit bi,
So
everyone's a little bit pan, a little bit straight.
so so they make fun of this guy for being DL, and I'm like, and they say, oh yeah, that's his. They say that's his bottom. I'm like, no, dog, it's the other way around. He's his blouse, and they're like, what? And I had to explain the mechanics of what a blouse was.
That's
And
awesome.
now, because he very much does give blouse energy.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So now they refer to him as a blouse.
That's amazing. Oh my god.
So that's probably my most problematic thing. I teach them queer vernacular so they can effectively be more homophobic towards men.
Yeah.
And they run with it. They learned, they know now. So I will admit that.
That's awesome.
That's pretty.
All right, your turn.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh, have you thought about what region, if you had to swap with one caster to absorb their region and in kind of like an exchange student kind of way?
Okay. Because I was
Which
thinking of this in a
region?
different light of just what region would I wanna be in?
I don't know. What region would that be, and what particular caster would you switch with to absorb the other region's culture for commentary and in an exchange student style type of
I'm
deal?
stealing all that motherfucker's power. I'm stealing all that he's British, we could get rid of him. No, for sure. So here's the thing when it comes to like commentary and everything. There's like I think there are three big like styles of commentary when it comes to regions that are
Mhm,
like of actual importance when
mhm,
it comes to at least plat fighters. On the broader scale, that's a lot different and everything. But when it comes to plat fighters, there is West Coast, there is East Coast, there is EU. And so West Coast has this very bombastic flair. Arbiter is the West Coast style. He embodies it fully.
mhm,
Okay. I am saying crazy, like I'm saying funny shit, doing this awesome play by play. Wolfie Scratch is another really good example. I think at one point I was really good at it, but like I've gotten a lot more into my analytical bag as I've gotten further into the game because like I come from doing coaching and everything, and so I've started doing that a lot more, and I've leaned so hard into it that at this point, like
mhm,
I come a lot closer to a East Coast style, and so East Coast is this analytical. It's Ubel. Ubel is a great example of East Coast. Charles, who is a West Coast caster, is like an East Coast style. Like I am analyzing the
mhm,
fuck out of this. This is like the purest form of coaching on the mic. And then there's EU that finds this perfect blend of both. There is a reason why Fabs, Humming, Rekka, fucking Jesus, I'm forgetting so many names. I'd have to go like a little deeper in my DMs, but like there's a reason why so many of the like especially Fabs and Humming do so much work because it's this phenomenal blend that they can work with any caster, any style. They can mirror match whatever, and they will always hit that shit on lock.
Nice, nice. All right. So any EU caster at this moment, particularly Babs. Got it.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. I would
nice.
shout out to Fabs. I love that guy. Him and I both came on the come up at the same time. I'm
Mhm.
stealing all that motherfucker's power. I'm getting rid of the British. No, no,
Nice.
I can never get rid of him. I need him for blood on the clock tower. That's my goat. That's my goat. Oh,
All right. Question number
this isn't
3.
okay. I need to know if this question applies first. Do you even know what blood on the clock tower is? Have you played it at all?
I haven't.
Fuck. Okay, it doesn't matter then. Do you want to get a little? You can do this because you're not a caster, so you won't get in trouble like I would.
All right.
Where like if I said this opinion, motherfuckers would find a way to blacklist me from certain events.
Sure.
What? What big caster
Uh-huh.
in Ultimate, Melee, or Rivals, any of the 3?
Uh-huh.
Pick the 3. Any from that is like big casters in those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Is the most overrated. Like they're kind of dog shit. I'm causing some drama. All right, you have this spicy gay man on. You expect to get away drama free? No.
No. I'm trying to think.
There's so many dog shit, motherfucker. The crazy shit is, as a caster, I have my 2 answers off the top of the dome.
I bet you do.
I have 2. No, I have 3 off the dome. Boom,
off the dome.
Like y'all motherfuckers should not be getting majors.
Something like that. I'm
gonna have to bite my tongue if you say one of my 3.
That'd be funny.
This could actually reverse so hard on me.
Huh. It's weird because like any caster that I feel like isn't liked after a while, they either stop getting gigs most of the time or they take a step back from it. So I don't pay attention.
If you don't fuck with their comms. That's why they're overrated.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, it's weird because, like,
oh, this basic vanilla ass bitch.
I think I'm trying to think. I think Cirque says it the best in that his problem sometimes with Spanish speakers trying to do English is not understanding the bridge from doing Spanish to English commentary and then doing English commentary just as commentary. So it's more of like, it's difficult for me to connect to English speaking Spanish casters when I enjoy them much better in Spanish. Which, and I think that's just like my brain not allowing the chemistry to hit the way it should. Because if I were to listen to like Pixel or Zombie or whoever in Spanish, I'm much more engaged with their Spanish commentary in that regard.
Yeah.
As opposed to their English, where like they're not there yet as far as being able to translate what we know they know and how skilled and technical these commentators are in their native language, that it's difficult for them to be able to move it over to the English translation side. That's why Cirque is one of those people that can be plopped out of Mexico and put anywhere in the US or anywhere throughout the world to be English comms. And the disadvantage for most any of those other casters is not even the whole fluency, because look at Colt. Because like look at
he
Colt.
Doesn't stand with his people. He doesn't stand with his people.
Like look,
he doesn't stand with y'all.
I would say because like look at Colt. Like he has a much more difficult time sounding cleaner by comparison to Cirque, but the style in which he does his commentary, whether it be in English or in Spanish, lends itself to him being able to still have that thick accent and that thick Mexican representation, but it's conducive to his overall style. A lot of
He's
other
got this like very bombastic vibe that just works.
Yeah, and if anything, it
that you can't avoid.
And if anything, it's accentuated by the fact that he doesn't have very clean English, and it in turn gives him more of an accepted personality. And he sounds that way in Spanish, just a little smoother. And I feel like it's just harder to, for me, is like, I just want to hear them in Spanish more than anything, because that's what it is. And I feel like that's my problem with that. It's like, if they just start cleaning everything up and they're able to move a little more, then they'll be at the place where they're at, where like my brain's struggling to connect to them, because I do this thing where like I will just speak to someone in Spanish if they're struggling to speak in English, and then that like relieves a whole lot of tension in like them, and they almost feel glad, and like I wish I could do the same to hearing commentators in the same way. So it's my problems more with the system than anything.
little bit of a leak.
Well, you could send it to me if you'd rather not like speak it.
No, I can leak this.
Okay.
This has nothing. It's actually really funny that like this was me like stirring up a little bit of the pot, and instead this became the like sucking off Colt moment. But like apparently I deleted the spreadsheet, so I don't have it like my full like thought process when it came to Crown the Fourth before it got canceled and everything, because I was the commentary director for Ultimate for that. There was like a 95% chance Colt was getting hired for that. Like Colt's comms were fucking phenomenal. I loved his fucking commentary reel and everything. He had like he was. We were bringing back a lot of the old voices, but there was a very high chance that he was one of the few people that got brought on new. So little peek behind the curtain from that.
Yeah.
Like if we had some new people, he was likely going to be one of the ones.
Yeah. No, like again, I want to see all those casters here in the US. And maybe it's just that like, again, my brain like hates hearing like too many people struggle in like a language that's not their native language. So if I can speak to someone in Spanish, it makes it breaks that tension a little bit, and then all of a sudden I feel more comfortable.
It would be kind of an interesting thing to see if like because like there's never been an English caster to move over to another language. Meanwhile, there's been like
the other way around.
Casters English, Humming Bee moving from French to English. I don't know if it's likely to ever happen, at least right now as it stands, because most of the big gigs are in English.
The closest I've seen was that I can think of. Actually, it was Alex 19 for Smash Factor 10. He went down there for Melee, and he was doing comms in Spanish for Melee, which like it's probably one of the only times I've ever heard an English speaker caster cast in Spanish in that. So I want to say it was for Smash Factor 10 for Melee. It was the first thing WizRobe won.
The closest thing that I can think of within Ultimate and Rival, since I'm not like super into like Melee or whatever, would be like Mars Bars. But even then, Mars Bars is Mexican. Like he grew up, speaking both and everything. So like
Snacks,
I don't know.
Like Snacks, he's
Snacks is from Puerto Rico, you
yeah,
know,
he's Puerto
like
Rican, so
yeah.
like
He also was speaking both growing up, and so, like, I don't know, it would be kind of a there's a part of me that, like, has this mentality of, like, it would be kind of a fun thing to see, like, as like I have been learning Spanish and trying to push more and more to learning Spanish better,
mm-hmm,
especially because a lot of my workplace is Latino,
mm-hmm,
whether they're from Venezuela, Mexico, whatever, you know, like, hey, maybe I hop on the mic with like Mars bars, snacks, or whoever, and like
mm-hmm.
we're switching between English and Spanish as well to like see like, all right, let let
Let's let it rip like
let's
that. Yeah,
showcase how difficult it is. You know, like these English motherfuckers have it easy.
they do, they
Like
do.
let's have one of us hit the fray of like having to speak a second language.
Yeah, I want to say because like the what like aside from like Cirque, I want to say one of the only like very like successful into any like degree outside of Cirque and Colt. One of the only like Mexican casters that has been on English broadcast multiple times is I believe his name's Roy. It was either Roy or Toon. I think Toon. Yeah, Toon Laguna.
See, I had two in my head, like Dio, or
Dio.
I have
Yeah,
three:
Dio's one of them as
Dio,
well.
Vixie, and Snacks. Those are like the three in my head
Yeah, yeah. Well, I also I
outside
don't
of like Colton.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm saying also like in the Mexican scene specifically, right? Because like
Oh, that's right.
yeah,
So in that
yeah,
case, Dio and Vixie would
yeah,
be the ones that I would put to that.
that like are much more successful because of their fluence with their fluency in the English language. But like I said, the opposite that's something I do want to see too. But like of like American casters, there's I can't think of too many that are Spanish speakers the for that. Like I know like if Diego decided he was going to hop on comms, it'd be him. I don't know how much Spanish
Like
Vicky
also Diego like has I think it would be a big difference in like
like I don't think Vic
Mars like
I don't know how good like Vicky Kitty Spanish is, right? Like I don't know, and like she
yeah,
doesn't
but
even
also Vicky doesn't cast
and
anymore, so I
yeah, she
don't
doesn't
think it
even
matters.
cast like that no more. Like she doesn't cast like anything Plat Fighter like that no more.
I I think for it to be an interesting showcase at all, because like I think it would get utilized to be an unfair uh competition if it's somebody like Mars Bars or Diego. That being said, like especially like if Diego gets on the mic or whatever, I want him to do both. Like I think that would be awesome. I want Mars Bars to do both. It's awesome. But like my worry is if it was positioned as like this showcasing to be like see how difficult it is to jump from one or the other. If it was Mars Bars or Diego who already like had
Speak.
learned it, you know, growing up and shit,
Mm-hmm.
uh, then it would get you see where the problem is, like, they already knew it, like,
Yeah.
it's not as much a second language as, like, if me or Jet, for example, because like, I know Jet I don't know how fluent Jet is, but, like, Jet knows Spanish, I am learning Spanish, it would be a lot more comparable if you're showcasing, like, "Yeah, see, here's these white motherfuckers trying to try
Yeah.
out our language, and it's just as difficult, maybe even harder," you know,
Yeah.
like, so like it's a weird like Mars bars Spanish isn't like calling Spanish or English a second language would be like disingenuous. Where like it's both of them are his first language.
Yeah.
You know that's kind of like the thought in my head.
Yeah. 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 Definitely. All right. My question number 3.
Yeah,
Mm,
this is a slow ass lightning round.
I know. I don't know how this happened. You know what it is? We got into it. We get into it. That's how it is. We're yappers.
We are
All right.
Tío and Nino. You know how to be.
oh, okay. All right.
I was gonna say a slur in Spanish, but I'm like YouTube will catch me.
Probably. All
They know
right.
what that slur is in Spanish. YouTube knows.
Yep. I was gonna say, all right, this is a good one. In a cultural exchange program where a a Japanese player, caster, whatever, a Japanese representative is uh, is tasked to learn about, what do American casters do as like part of whatever, what would be one place that you would make sure is like, by definition, like, this is our garbage places to go? Like, because like, I believe Mia already said Mia loves Panda Express.
Oh, we're talking food.
Yes.
We're talking food.
Food.
Okay.
What's your grade A garbage as a caster that you will show other Japanese talent? What's your grade A garbage? It could be a local garbage, it could be a chain, whatever it is. Grade A garbage, whether it be snack foods, fast food, whatever.
Okay, so this is something that I think about as food spots, but typically I think of it from like, this is like a really good quality like food spot.
Which, like I said,
Indian,
like I told
Utah,
you, my coworker who went to Utah loved every spot. His wife loved it as well.
Hey, I know the joints to pull up to.
Exactly.
Now, when it comes to grade A garbage food, because one thing I pride myself in when it comes to my food spots, I give spots that I know people will not have had. And so even if they're like if Jet was pulling up for like a second or third trip, I'm not hitting up Himalayan Kitchen again because I know he knows that spot. I want to give them something new. And so like, I'm thinking through the garbage spots and I'm like, I'm not giving them like a McDonald's, a Taco Bell, a Panda. They already know that shit.
Yeah.
You can get that from any American fucker.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if I know what fat ass garbage, and I'm not talking just fat ass because it's garbage food. I'm talking this is some indulgent bullshit. Okay. I saw this fucking
some belly maker food right there.
Yeah, I saw this fucking TikTok on Twitter. Blackamar and me both saw it, and Blackamar had retweeted it like, dude, this is fucking indulgent. And I'm like, yeah, it is, but you know what I'm doing tonight? I have some of it. Okay. So it was this tub. So like, the cheesecake filling that you don't have to like make up or whatever, you just buy and then you can make a cheesecake out of it. It's that. Put some fucking Biscoff cookies in that motherfucker. This is the fattest, most indulgent shit. Jesus Christ, is my sweet tooth happy with that?
I love that stuff. We got it once and it was amazing.
That's some dude. Fat ass motherfuckers be eating that shit. Now, if I'm making something, if I'm cooking something that's like grade A garbage, this was one of my favorite things to do at work. It was like, this was one of my go-to breakfast meals when I worked up at Northrop. Take a burrito, okay? You're gonna make it a little bit smaller on the filling than you normally do. This is important because you need your second tortilla to be big enough that you put cheese within that fucking tortilla, you wrap it around it, grill it on the motherfucking grill. That's just a cheese quesadilla wrapped around that goddamn burrito. There you go. Like, if I'm doing homemade grade A garbage, that right there.
Brilliant.
I had a couple of guys that would all like pull up and they're like, "Yo, are you slow enough?" I'm like, "I got you." Like they knew what was up. Like
they knew
they were.
It was
best customers and everything. They were sweethearts. They were contractors, of course.
Of course they were.
That was working in that section. So like, depending on the section of the workplace, would be fucking great to awful. In that specific, in the North plant, they were miserable like narcissistic ass motherfuckers. Okay. And so like those contractors would pull through. We would chat and we had like grilled cheeses. I'm like, yo, I put some extra cheese in there because we want that shit dripping. And I'm like, bro, if it don't sound like good pussy, I don't want it. Like, I'm like, I know this is family right here. These are the guys,
fellas.
These are my people.
All right, brother. Question 4.
Yeah, question number 4. As a proud Latino man, what is your favorite item on the Taco Bell menu? because we all know that ain't Mexican, but it's delicious sometimes.
Yeah, it's going to be actually, I'm going to cheat because I'm going to tell you what my actual like favorite thing to order. It's actually, and it was a better deal like a long time ago before COVID. Um, cheesy bean rice burrito with 2 potato tacos.
Ooh.
Yeah, having that, and because before it would be just the potato tacos because they were like 79 cents at one point.
Yeah.
They were like 79 cents. So getting like $5 worth of that shit on top of that with the verde that they had, and then you squirt a bunch of sriracha in the middle. So you're having the sriracha and the verde along with its base spicy aioli. So now since like it's not as good of a value, it's cheesy bean rice burrito with 3 potato soft tacos, and I have sriracha at the house and a little bit of sriracha mayo. So there's the whole ass order right there.
That's real. That's real. You gotta know what that's why the Little Caesars pizzas, they hit so hard. I
hate though. I don't know how it is where you're at. Little Caesars pizza in certain parts of LA County are $9.50 per pizza.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. If we're talking the hot and ready, it's now only like $6 or $7.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
The hot and ready is $9.50.
That's wild. That's fucked up. I'm getting the stuffed crazy bread crust for $10.
It is actually a better value to buy 2 medium pizzas from Domino's than to buy 1 crazy bread and 1 hot and ready.
That's fucked. That's fucked. That's not right. I will say Little Caesars is better than Domino's.
Now, I will say this. I have T-Mobile, and T-Mobile Tuesday hits sometimes. Sometimes you can get a hot and ready for free when you buy some crazy bread, and the crazy bread's $4.
That's cheap. That's
I'm like, hey, yo, I'm in.
Hold up.
I love that shit. I love that shit. Sometimes it's like a free hot and ready when you buy something that's worth $5. It's like, oh, it's like you've gone back to the old value. Thank God.
Thank God. All right, your fourth question.
My question number 4.
You're supposed to have 10 of these. God damn.
I know. We gotta go to. All right. I gotta go faster. Gotta be focusing. Oh, okay. I got one here. Before I ask this, you're an Android user, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure. Okay. What Chinese Android company, like Android phone, company or whichever, company or phone, do you want to be used here in the US? Like legally to be bought and sold here in the US?
Oh, fucking no. I know that like my generation is supposed to be China maxing and shit, but the only thing I think of from China is like their fucking electric vehicles. I'm like, yeah, give me that self-driving shit for way cheaper than anything else here. I don't know about their goddamn phone.
You're talking about the Xiaomi, oh god, what was it? The electric vehicles from Xiaomi, I want to say it is. The Xiaomi, oh god. MKBHD just did a review of it, and he said it's one of the most amazing electric cars you've ever seen and drove.
Yeah,
so what I'm hearing is you want the Xiaomi Pro 17. Look that shit up, man. It is one of the best phones around. Between that and the Huawei phone.
Huawei goes hard.
Yeah.
I don't got the money for this shit. You think Bro. My phone I bought on like a payment plan and it was $500. You think I got money for $1,200? $1,300? Bro, you better be paying me to suck your fucking dick for that phone.
Well, it will receive 7 years of Android updates. So, like, it's worth the $1,300 as long as you plan on having it for 7 years.
Phone or your dick?
It's worth for 7 years at least.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because I drop my phone once a day. I drop my phone on the goddamn floor once a day. It's good for a year and a half, 2 years. All right.
So me, the next phone we're getting was probably going to be the Samsung S26 Ultra. It's going to be like $1,400, but we're going to buy it on payment plan, obviously. And it's going to be good for 7 years. And like, I have cases, I use screen protectors. I'll be fine.
Okay, and I do too. You see this bulky ass shit? You see this bulky ass shit, bruh? Like, yeah, I do. It doesn't matter because I'm an ADHD klutz. I'm like, oh, what's this? Oh shit! I just fucking dropped it on the concrete. Wow. Oh no. I had one of those. It didn't matter. It didn't fucking matter.
If you're always holding it like this, like me,
this is the first phone I've had in 7 years that didn't have one of those. Okay, I know what you're talking about. It doesn't fucking matter. I still drop it.
You don't know how to grip, man. You don't know how to grip. This.
I don't.
That's why I'm surprised you'll never be a top, a proper top.
It's supposed to be cylinder. If I'm gripping it, it better be cylinder.
You don't know how to grip, and that's why you resorted to top.
Okay.
Question number 5. Your question number 5.
This question changed in 5 different iterations between the point of me saying question number 5 to now. I need you to know that.
Okay.
I rapidly devolved this question in different ways. You know what? I can't do that. That would actually be too hard.
Okay.
That would be sexualizing my fellow casters. That would be wrong.
Okay.
If you turn gay, what's the first celebrity you fucking? What dude is the first dude you fucking?
Does someone like bitch pudding count? What?
Does someone like bitch pudding count?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the robot chicken character?
What? No, you don't know bitch pudding? Drag queen?
So. No, they're a drag queen. That doesn't count.
Okay.
No. They go by she, her when they're a drag queen. It would have to be the male form of them.
I don't know. Because like my first instinct is like, who's like the most attainable?
You're like, man, that is a sign that you might be a little gay when like your first answer of the first man you fucked isn't someone that like you could never get like.
Well, if the point is to try, like.
No. You gotta understand. That is gay as fuck. Like, because like when you're straight, you're like, oh, I would fuck Ryan Reynolds because it's never gonna happen. When you're actually low key queer, you're like, you know, Ryan down at the office. Like, it's like, okay, you're plausible. I know what you are.
I know what you are.
When you go for attainable, that's you saying, I want to fuck this guy. I'm just held back by the societal norms.
Does it work?
It's not June. It's not.
It worked.
No, June, you can't be talking gay shit.
It worked. So yeah, come on. That was the whole point.
I mean, I'm not gonna get mad at you for wanting to fuck a dude. If there's somebody achievable in your life and your partner is cool with you fucking them, I don't know. Go for it, experiment a little. Maybe if you want, you can do a threesome. I don't give a shit. That's you. That's you, baby.
See, the thing is, I'm just very comfortable with myself, so I'll say this shit. I don't give a fuck. That's why
real. That's real.
why I asked her. That's why I asked her, is like, oh, what would be a great drag song for me? And she like gave me a really good answer. And like, oh, this fits your personality. Like, you know what? You're goddamn right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at bitch pudding for now because I can't think of anything.
That's funny. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, you're up.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna go with another Goods from the Woods classic that I like to borrow from time to time. And it's going to be, I'm going to slightly change it, but best, I should say not best, worst tournament, which is just weird because it can actually also really be the best tournament. It's just the fact that it's a bad tournament that's like makes it so fun. Like, because the original question is worst bar, which really, that could really be the best bar.
Honey, the worst tournament you would never want to fucking go to. I'll tell you right now. All right? I know what my fucking answer is. You are crazy if you think this is a hard question. This is a good lightning round question because you know me. I love stirring the pot. All right? The queer, messy, gay in me loves stirring the pot. Santa Paws, you can eat my fucking ass, bro. Jesus fucking Christ! You doxed my now at the time wife, and you think I ain't gonna
crazy? I didn't know that.
I paid more in interest on that motherfucking flight I bought than what you were supposed to pay me for the fucking flight within the first week of the goddamn. You took a year to pay me $250.
That's crazy.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why Katie is low key banned. Fuck that bitch.
That's crazy.
Real. Like, why is there a goddamn like litter box 1 foot away from my fucking sleeping place? What the fuck are you doing? I know it's Alabama, but get your shit together. All right. Sushi got his together. My dog got his together. All right, come on, fix that shit.
All right. Question 6.
Question number 6. We'll go with this one for now while I workshop the question 7. There's a lot of good music lately. What is the like main thing on the rotation right now? Like what album, what track have you been spinning on repeat lately?
So right now, the 3 or 4 songs that are like kind of starting the rotation of the super mix is one of 2 Bad Bunny songs. It's either Baile Inolvidable or Lo que pasó no hay. Both for 2 different reasons. And it's funny because one's actually straight up anti-colonial song, Lo que pasó no hay. Mm-hmm. The other one, the Super Bowl made it because it was one of the announcement songs for the Super Bowl performance. Baile Inolvidable is a showcase of the Latino diaspora in all of its shapes, forms, colors, and ages. And it's an emotional song to me, not because it's like about heartbreak and loss, but it is about the fact that it was a showcase of the diaspora of Latin America and many forms and skin tones and hair textures and shapes that we come in. So that's why those two songs are in the rotation a lot. The other song that's in the rotation a lot, Golden, because everyone loves K-pop Demon Hunters. Everybody loves this. Everybody loves some K-pop Demon Hunters, and I might as well just make it a top 5 then. The other song that's in the rotation a lot, I actually just started listening to it a lot in the last couple of weeks. It's a song called El Matador, which is from Los Fabulosos Cadillacs. The song is about protest and anti-imperialism in Argentina, and they shouted out someone by the name of Victor Jara, which I just started listening to his music. And he's on the heavy rotation. He was a socialist communist in 1970s Chile who was brutally assassinated by the fascist dictator of Chile after the overthrow of Salvador Allende, the elected president of Chile. And they took him as part of a demonstration, abducted him, brutally beat him to death, and then riddled his bodies with gunshots and hung his body outside of the stadium as an effigy and warning to all of the protesters to let them know this is what's going to happen to you, as they were brought into the same stadium that he was murdered in. The song specifically that's in the rotation is El Derecho de Vivir en Paz, the right to live in peace. And the reason I started listening to Victor Jara, and that song in particular, Victor Jara was shouted out in that song from Fabuloso Cadillacs, but also in a performance in Chile, in a stadium full of Chileans, Bad Bunny sang El Derecho de Vivir en Paz. So that's why I started listening to a bunch of Victor Jara.
Hell yeah.
So that's the rotation right now.
That's fucking God damn.
Yeah, crazy how Bad Bunny let me give you a super quick history lesson about a political activist who was brutally assassinated in fascist Chile.
It's almost as if leftists make great art.
Who knew? All right. All right. My question 6. Who's a video essayist that you're binging a lot more lately?
Okay. There's a lot of options. FD, I am always binging. I love FD Signifier. Let's go. That's a man of cornbread tube right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now that being said, something that, so this kind of goes into a little bit of like the issue with YouTube and showcasing how patriarchy and racism and misogyny are built into our systems. YouTube's algorithm doesn't recognize why certain people watch certain creators all the time. So like they don't understand that when they are making an algorithm of like, hey, when you watch FD Signifier, you likely watch Foreign Men in a Foreign Land, you likely watch Lil Bill, you know,
Color Mind, Think Peace
Black
Tribe
creators. You typically don't watch any of them if you don't watch at least one of them. So YouTube doesn't recommend it to you unless you watch one of them. And so all of a sudden, your YouTube is actually segregated due to the fucking algorithm itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so like once you do break that though, then it starts recommending it to you, and all of a sudden it's a bit more desegregated. And so something that like I've been cognizant of over the past like half year as part of my journey is like, oh hey, I don't have a lot of Black female creators. Now, shout outs to FD. I think he like love FD, love Foreign, love Lil Bill all three of them have done this a lot where they recognize the segregation of YouTube, and instead of like leaning into like, oh, I'm a Black man, so it's fine, let me leave the Black women behind. No, these are real fucking, like, they live this shit. They live this leftist shit. So they're like, hey, go ahead and check out like some of these Black women. Let's go. And like, so like Allura Naughty.
Olay, Cat Black.
Allura Naughty has been my big one.
Mm-hmm.
Love her shit. It's both the political shit, like the one that like I really broke in on was the one about Jeffrey Dahmer is not a monster, and
Hmm.
recognizing the fact and like talking about the fact that we create this mythos of killers and rapists and shit being monsters so that we can disconnect the need to break down the system that creates them,
Hmm.
right? um that was the first big one that I really gave the spin on for, and oh my god, is it so good. It's so fucking good. She also has another one on like if pretty is a privilege, then uh being ugly is like a detriment. I forget what the phrasing was on it, but like talking about like how the system like the cultural designation of ugliness is used to harm people, and like the same thing where we talked about earlier, like hey, recognize how like I said it as they are a regular person because they're straight white male, like as if that should be the default. It's that
Hmm.
same sort of thing. Like prettiness and ugliness is a construct created within society to segregate people in different ways and to break them apart. And so, like, we need to not only recognize that if like prettiness is seen as this privilege and a way to get yourself status, then this concept of ugliness created by the system and the culture will also be used to go ahead and push you down and uh create problems within that. The other uh the other one, and I'm blinking on her name, I'm like trying to find the like the fucking video essay that I first, oh, here it is. Dacia Sade or Dacia Sade. I'm
Hmm.
probably butchering that shit, but like I remember like her doing the Eminem sized hole in White America. FD immediately being like, I've been thinking about doing this. Shout outs to her. She did such a phenomenal job. Go listen to this. And so like the Allura Nadi and Dacia Sade, like I've been putting those two on pretty consistent rotation lately.
Nice.
They're both fucking phenomenal.
Hell
Shout
yeah.
outs to both of them. Please go give them spins.
Hell yeah.
They're fucking amazing.
Send a video or two to me from either of them when you have a chance.
Oh, I will. I got plenty of videos from the both of them.
All
Oh,
right.
fucking good. They're so funny.
Oh, all right. Now we're
Okay,
question number
7.
7.
All right, Theo,
Dime.
what's your drag? What would your drag name be?
I don't know. That's a good question. Um. Hmm. I'm trying to think. Hmm. Okay, I got one. So I already said I think I chose a great drag song for me being a fighting game song.
Yeah.
I think um I think a great one would be Quarter Circle Queen.
That's fire.
Yeah.
That's fire. I like
Yeah.
that.
I think yeah. Cause I was like, God, what's a good fighting game thing? Yeah, I was like, yeah, Quarter Circle Queen. I think that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking sick as hell.
I was like, yo, fucking fighting games right there. Side note, Bitch Puddin', original drag costumes were based off fighting game characters.
Ooh, that's sick.
The original like Bitch Puddin' drag was based on cosplaying fighting game characters. So as
Yeah.
the reason I even know who Bitch Puddin' is was there was a podcast I used to listen to that has since ended called New Player Has Joined, where they bring in random people to talk about their favorite video game. It's a show about people their favorite about like people's favorite video games, but it's also not about video games. But it is about video games, and
just like how this one is about video games.
Exactly. It's like how this is about Smash Brothers and FGC. But the game that was brought up was Tekken. And I was like, oh, fighting games, I'm in. And when we're talking about like not a casual, we're talking about tier lists, talking about the bears in Tekken, talking like dropped names that I didn't know about until like a couple years later. Like in the fucking weeds for that shit.
That was a real.
So yeah, bitch pudding is a real one for that. Hosted a couple Smash tournaments actually at a drag show.
Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, hosted a couple Smash tournaments on a drag show. Did a sponsored stream for Street Fighter in full drag. Won this like goth / alt version of like RuPaul's Drag Race called Dragula.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So if you want to see bitch put in take home the gold, I believe it's season 4. I think. I want to say there's like 7 seasons or something like that. So yeah, Dragula. That's where bitch pudding first broke out.
Oh yeah.
All right.
You're up.
All right.
You're up, big dog.
Okay. You're saying this house is a rental, right?
Yeah.
This place is a rental. Okay. If you became the owner of this home and you had the ability to do one renovation completely DIY, what renovation would it be that you would do?
So, to an extent, I'm already planning on doing this even as a renter. Because a lot of the stuff I like, okay, because you can get vinyl flooring, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it is this room right here.
Like sticky vinyl floor?
Yeah, so like that wouldn't be what I would do as the owner, because like I can do that for free. Like I don't even have to stick it. I just get the vinyl flooring and just lay it out, like measure it off. That way it's not like shifting and everything, right? And I could do that without doing anything that breaks the lease, right? So now if I'm owner, this shit is getting soundproofed the fuck up. And I'm not just talking like, oh, I had some soundproof foam. No, I mean like there is going to be concrete inside of like the fucking walls. There's going to be hard fucking ceiling. That way, when I'm screaming, I'm not getting texts of like, Kyler, can you calm down? I'm trying to focus. Yeah. I'm a loud ass motherfucker.
You know, you might not even need to do that. Apparently, there's a new insulation that's made from like recycled jeans, recycled denim. It actually has better sound isolation or sound attunement than normal like spray foam insulation or the fiberglass insulation, and it actually doesn't like give you skin irritant.
I'm not talking just insulation, because the insulation only pads it, so it doesn't. So
no, like it's actually a good like sound deadener for it because it's made of such a thick material, and it better insulates the house.
Actual like solid shit as well.
Oh, okay.
As I said, concrete to the fucking walls.
Yeah.
Like I'm now given probably for the ceiling, I would have to do like more of the denim insulation, that because like I don't think this house it would be built to really like hold concrete in the ceiling and shit. But like when I'm talking soundproofing, I'm meaning like I am I'm making a fucking bunker to make sure I'm not too loud.
I got you. All right, question number 8.
on the brain. We'll go with this. This is a two-parter for this.
Okay.
I think it would be uninteresting if I just do one part. That's boring.
Okay.
If you're a Pokemon gym leader, what type are you? Who is the ace? Been deadly addicted to Pokemon Rogue lately, so that's where that's coming from.
I would be like the third or fourth. No, probably not the fourth. I'd probably be like the fifth gym. And I don't know if I would be a fire or a dark type, because it would definitely be Hondoom. So that's literally Gen 2 shit right there. I think it would be Hondoom. And if not Hondoom,
I love that you're saying Hondoom and not Houndoom. Hound is not
is it
hound to you?
Oh, it's Hound.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You didn't know?
No.
I thought you were doing this stupid head-ass bit that every fucking PokeTuber does. Of like, I'm gonna mispronounce a Pokemon to get like.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know. I always thought it was Hondoom. I heard it from my cousin.
Houndoom. It's a fucking hound.
I heard my cousin say it, and I just assumed it was right. So
blame
I was a kid.
Cousin.
To be fair, my cousin's also kind of illiterate. He didn't graduate high school.
You're like, hey, he's disabled, all right? Back off.
Right. He also dropped out of high school to help, to start working so that he can help support his family. So maybe that's
okay. Well, now I feel bad making fun of him and his pronunciation of Hondoom.
Yeah, right? That's what you get.
My bad.
Or I would be a psychic type, and it would be Espeon. So that's why I'm saying I'd probably be like the fifth gym in there, right?
I see you.
In some way, it's some form of edgelord, but
what breed?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it'd be some form of edgelord. So it'd either be Houndoom or Espeon. So I just can't decide which one it is. It could be the toss up either way, whichever. All right. So, all right. My question you know what? I'm curious. Same question to you.
Oh, I know the answer. I am like deep in the cut. Like I'm like probably I am Elite Four, if not champion, because my team is going to be some fucked shit because I've competed in BGC.
Yeah.
I've done I'm not like some fucking god who's like doing great or whatever, but like there is a world where I make day 2 at a VGC event, you know? Typing is Ghost.
Okay.
The ace, Hisuian Zoroark.
It was what?
Hisuian Zoroark. Anyone who knows me and knows my VGC history knows I'm one of the first people to get actual competitive series points with using Hisuian Zoroark. I was one of the first people to believe in that mon. And now he's fucking winning shit. So am I. Maybe he's a little hard. Yeah, he's a little complicated. But guess what? When my opponent doesn't know what the fuck I'm using, they're losing. Now, that being said, I would also be a double. I would be a double battle. So I'll give you 2 Pokemon because I think that's fair. Now I'm gonna you can be the decider of this. If you think this is cheating or not, especially where like new age Pokemon has gone farther away from typings. But we
Mm-hmm.
did say the question initially with typings.
Mm-hmm.
So, does my where I'm doing a double battle, am I 2 types with an ace of each typing, or am I sticking with that ghost type through and through?
If I remember, because the last Pokemon game I really like paid attention to wasn't like the Ruby and Sapphire. My memory serves, it's one of the gyms was a doubles, and they had
Probably
complementary.
thinking
I want to say the gym leader that did have that was complementary. So it's
okay,
similar typing, but it was complementary of some sort,
I
right? Or am I
I
or am I
think you're
misremembering?
misremembering. If you're meaning a Devil's Gym and it's anything prior to Sword and Shield, that would most likely be Tate and Liza, the
Mm,
twins from Gen 3, and they were both psychic.
yeah. So we'll go with that. Same typing.
Same type. Okay. Um, in that case, so Hisuian Zoroark is Pokemon number 1. Then Pokemon number 2, we will give it to Hoopa. Regular Hoopa,
Mm.
not Hoopa Unbound. This is a mythical, so this is some bullshit still. But it's specifically due to the fact that one of the no, we'll not use mythical. We'll not use mythical or legendary. Never mind. I won't be that unfair. We will go with does this get a setup move? If this gets a competent setup move, then we could go with it. Oh, that's that's actually wait. Shedinja. We'll go Shedinja. That's funny as fuck. Because then I can illusion my Zork as Shedinja. You go for a ghost type move wanting to kill it. It's a Suian Zork. Fuck you.
Don't have it.
I can see some fuck shit coming from that, and it would be very funny, very troll.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, question
Okay.
9.
Question number 9.
Penultimate questions.
Ooh. Ooh. Favorite swear word.
Huh?
Favorite swear word. Favorite
Favorites?
curse.
Oh man.
You could say one curse word for the rest of your life. What is it?
The problem is it's a string because it's in Spanish.
Nope. You only get one word. Only get one swear word. You can't say the string of words. You can't be like, God damn it, motherfucker. Nope.
No.
That's
Because it the string, the whole string
Mhm.
is pinche cabrón, hijo de la chingada madre. Right?
I know there's more than one swear word in that. All right. You aren't fucking with me.
That's what
I
I'm
know enough
saying.
Spanish to
That's what I'm
know that's more
saying.
than one swear word.
The problem is it's a whole ass string.
You don't get that string anymore in this
I
reality.
know. That's what I'm saying. Because my
This bro trying to pull a fast one. If it was
no, no,
anyone
no,
who didn't
no.
know,
I'm telling you the string. I told you the string. And that's why
what's your
it's
favorite
like
word in the string? What's the most important word in that string? I think you get away with cabron. I don't think that like
no. Well,
You think
no, because
cabron is
that's depending on how it's used. It's not considered profanity.
yeah, so, like, I think you can say cabron, like, you would be
I
like, you would
think
still get to say
I
pinche cabron,
think
you know? Like,
I think I think having to use pinche is the beginning of like it's the launcher that gets you right. It's your
yeah,
upward
you
launcher. It's your launcher move.
without pinche, you lose a lot of, like but meanwhile, like, it it's saying "fuck," you know? Like, "Ah, you
Yeah,
fucking idiot." It doesn't matter what follows, like, I
because
if I just call you an idiot, it doesn't have the power, but if I have "you
exactly
fucking idiot,"
like
it makes the non-swears sound like swears.
like saying saying pinche mongolo hijo de la, you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, they know, you didn't need to add another.
Yeah.
They know you
Right.
would. They
Like I literally just called him a fucking mongoloid, but you know what I mean? But like starting with the
mongoloid
inflect the
sounds like a
slow
slur.
the slow inflection of saying it, because you see my lip wind up as I'm trying to say it. You know what I mean? You literally see, oh,
You, like
wind that shit
it's like
up.
you're getting ready for that fucking deck.
Yep. Yep.
They see that they're about to get their ass beat.
Yeah. I think that's the one. Because it is also the start of the string, my favorite string. So yeah, I think that would be the one. Pinch is the one. I think
I don't
that's the
know.
one. Yeah, it has to be. It can't. And also it's also like prayer. In that like it's stronger in Spanish than it is in English.
It is. It is.
That's another joke I've made at work before, and they all get it. Prayer stronger in Spanish.
Real. That is. Real.
Okay. I think I've only asked two people this question before, so I'm going to reuse it now. If you get flown to, you get flown to one part of the West Coast, wherever your starting point is, that's the pool of people you now have to drive cross country all the way to New York. Which casters, TOs, players in your carpool of in the SUV that can fit 6 people?
6 people?
It can fit
This
6
including me
people.
or not including me
So
until 6?
so it's 5 plus the driver, right?
Okay.
So it's 5 plus driver. So that's the your SUV. You get dropped somewhere on the West Coast. Who are the people on the West Coast that you take on that drive all the way to New York just to make it to LMBM?
This is easy fucking money for me.
Mm.
I've as somebody who has done an extensive amount of carpooling for events, I have a lot of people that I know they are bad people to have in a carpool. I know there are people that are great people to have in a carpool. Okay, there's a couple of pieces to this.
Uh,
One, how comfy are you with your sexuality?
mm-hmm.
It's more comfy to sleep when we're snuggling. All right, so I need you to be okay with, like, me just laying on you, and you get to lay your head on me or vice versa, okay? It's comfier that way. It's better that way.
Mm-hmm.
Or, shit, you can lay on my lap. I don't give a fuck. Dude, are you gonna give me some back scratches? I can give you some back stuff like that. Some of y'all, I'm gonna keep it a bug. Grow up, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, grow the fuck up,
That's what I'm
okay?
saying.
So that's an important piece of that
Mm-hmm.
too. The music taste, okay? It's not one that big of a drive. There's gonna be more than one person holding the aux. We're gonna be like, oh yo, put some AO on. Like I've been spinning Casino. I've been spinning AO. That song like that song in of itself, I will put that shit on repeat sometimes.
Yo.
That joint, that hits. Okay, like, and I want some weird shit too. Like you can't just like, bro, don't just put on the basic spins. Like, come on, give me some. So like your music taste and how deep of cuts is it going to be? Because I don't want to hear like, oh wow, you're listening to K Dot. I love K Dot. That's my favorite rapper. But shit, come on, pull out. Like, I want to hear some No Name. I want to hear some like Vic Mensa. You know, like those aren't even that like deep of cut, but like we're using that as our examples for now. That way, because I know some of the people are gonna be like, yeah, that's deep cut. No, it's not, but it's great. All right, I'll accept it. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. No Name especially. No Name especially. That's one. Shout out to her.
Yeah.
Number 3, driving. I'll be so. You don't want me driving. All right. I hate it. I hate it. You'll be miserable with it. Okay. You aren't having me drive. So I need at least. I think in that long of a drive, you need at least 2 people who are going to be good for a long fucking drive. Long fucking drive.
The
Okay?
long haul.
You lock in, you feel good. Like maybe you're ADHD as fuck. You take your Ritalin and you're in, right? Maybe you just enjoy driving and you're like a calm, patient driver. Now, that being said, there's gonna be some areas that I need you to be a crazy fucking driver. All right. You're not driving in like certain parts of Cali and not being a bit of a fucking psycho.
Yeah.
Okay. So I do need a Cali driver in here with good music taste, who's comfortable with their sexuality. Okay. Who I'm also very close with. Jet the Jenga God. Put him in that motherfucking car. All right. He's a San Fran driver. He has driven me in Mexico. I know this motherfucker locked in. I know this motherfucker will lock in. I know he's going to have great food choices. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Okay. And he's comfortable with this. We're snuggling. We've snuggled before. We don't give a fuck. We don't care. All right. It's all platonic. Okay. But I know it's going to be a comfy ride. All right. And it's going to be a vibe all the way through. That's number 1. That's go in there, locked in.
All right.
Okay. Now, I know some of the other picks that are coming up, which means I need a little bit of queerness in this motherfucker. Okay. I'm going to be honest. Like, yes, you're fruity straight, but you're straight. Okay. Don't get it twisted. You're still straight. I love you. You're awesome. You're comfortable. So it'll be a fun vibe. But I need a queen up in here. So I have a couple of options. I think I haven't been on a like long carpool with this person, but having been very close with them, being very close friends with them, I also know they'll smoke out with me on part of this drive. Like they'll hit a gummy, they'll take some weed or whatever. Like I know they'll do that shit. Put Maddie, you're in that car. I've talked about her a couple of times. She's helping me unionize. We're putting her in that goddamn car. All right, it's gonna be lit. Also,
Comrade.
I need someone who's
Comrade right
also
there.
It's another rival. All right, Comrade, Rivals, Queen, great music taste. Put her in that shit. Because also too, like that long, you're gonna want some podcasts. You're gonna want some video essays. So I also need I need somebody who's like, yeah, put that FD signifier on. You know, like I need somebody else who is also as much of a communist as me. So I'm not getting Jet making fun of me of like, damn, he's listening to the communist rappers, Vic Mensa and No Name. And then he's like, yeah, put on some Illuminati on. Like, wow, what a fucking commie. Well, just Hasanabi up in here. I need
it's like throw on
Shonda Black.
It's like you want a 1 hour conversation. All right, let's throw on some Matt Bernstein so we can listen to a bit fruity.
Yeah, I need plus also I need to not be the only like Jet ain't no right winger. He ain't no lived up mother, but like I need somebody deep in the weeds like me. Otherwise, I'm getting made fun of that
the whole ride. Yeah.
Week. All right, I need somebody else. I need that.
Got you, man. I got it.
So Jet, Maddie. Now we've got the 2 of the necessary pieces in here. Now we could add in George. We could add in Lentini.
Okay.
Now we've got at least one queer person with me. Thank God.
Yeah.
But we add Lentini. All right. Little straight edge. All right. He's Christian. but he's that good kind. All right.
Yeah.
This is the good type of Christian that doesn't give a fuck.
He's
All
like
right.
an
He
OG
will suck
kid.
a little bit. Yeah. Also, he can lock in a little bit for a drive. All right. He's not gonna. I don't think Jet or Lentini are our mainstay drivers, but they will help balance it out. So we only need one big long haul driver at that point. Okay. So they'll balance it out, and they're good good music taste and everything. Like shit. George has produced music and shit. Like we got some good ish in here, and both Jet and Linty, like I've had conversations with them about gender abolitionism. All right, like I said, these are people that are asking me about gender abolition. They're asking me about like, all right, why do slurs work this way? Why is there reclamation? How does that work? What is the concept? Like, sure, they don't know all to that level, but they want to know and they will engage with it, and they
Hell
will
yeah.
also like push to be like, well, hold up, but what about this? Like, they will actually give me that pushback of like good conversation. All right. So that's 3. Now, all love to Nami, my partner. I'm not going to put them in here because that feels unfair. You know, so we're not going to include them, but I figure honorable mention goes to Nami. Okay.
Gotta get him the HM.
Also, honorable mention to Combo. You live in Texas, so I'm not counting you as in this West Coast carpool.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be dishonorable if I was like, yeah, we have 5 people and then we pick you up in Texas. No, get out of here. All right.
Nah.
You can fly. You can fly. So next up, number 4. This is our mainstay driver. This is going to give us more queerness. Now, this does hurt some of the leftist shit, but it's fine because holy shit, the amount of queer in this carpool from them alone will pull it through. Gerudo Navi, get in that motherfucking car, all right? We're going to listen to some, you know that, do you know what is?
No.
No. It's a podcast. It's called, that's the name of it, all right? It's
it's like nah.
Like, I'm busting up.
Is this
I'm having the
is this a Master Peep thing I've never heard of?
Aneurysm, trying to remember because of the fact that like I'm like laughing so hard from the fact that I'm like teaching you this right now. Katia and Trixie Mattel.
Oh,
they have
okay.
a podcast together. It's not like a long podcast or anything. The episodes are only like 20 minutes long. But shit, are we gonna be binging the fuck out of that for some of that? Bro.
Nice.
Bro. Give me some motherfucking queens. Okay? So Gerudo, you're in that carpool. Also, Gerudo, phenomenal driver, very calm driver. They take the majority of the driving. I know they can tank that shit. They got good They have not only good music taste, but it's like some of that weird shit that you aren't gonna be ready for. It fucking is it just called yoga? Let's do yoga on the bed. Let's do yoga on the. It's a sex song. It is a fucking it's called Yoga by Brooke Candy. Like, there is going to be some weird shit in here. We're going to be listening to some Queen Herbie. It's like, yeah, you're scratching your face the minute you listen to me. You're like, what
I'm just itchy.
Is this queer ass? Sure. I know what it is. Don't lie. All right.
Okay.
The itch happened, 1, because you were itchy, but 2, because there was a little bit of uncomfortability, so you recognized you were itchy. I know how that shit works.
Okay.
Okay. We're breaking it. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody has internalized homophobia. You're still learning too. I'm still learning too. All right. That being said, I am sending you that song because that shit is fucking
send it, fam.
Lit. Oh my god. I think it's this joint right here. Yep. Okay, sorry. I had to make sure I got the right one. Oh my god. Yeah, no, we're gonna have some weird ass shit sometimes, and it's gonna be great because it's gonna be queer as fuck, and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" And then partway through, they're like, "Girl, oh my god, yes!" And it's like, "Yeah, I just queerified y'all. All right, you're gonna be sucking dick by the end of the day."
You caught the gay.
Okay, you caught the gay. That's how it is. It is somewhat. It is contagious. I hate to inform you straight people. It is contagious. You were right to be scared. We're coming for you. We're coming.
That's what COVID was.
My dad was right. We're going to get you. We're going to get you. Oh.
That's what COVID was, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's what COVID was. Everybody was getting a little more gay. No, if anything, that was people catching the straight, like, you lose your taste and everything, like, no, that's getting straighter. Let's be real.
Unfortunately. Very unfortunate.
A little more white, a little more straight. That's what that was.
Yeah.
That's what
All
COVID
right.
was. You lost your sense of taste.
Number 5 on this carpool.
Number 5. Oh. I have created a hard balancing act, I think. Because I think because of the nature of one or two of these people, that if you add one incorrect person, it
Becomes
is
a
so.
miserable drive.
Yeah, it could legitimately, because like if I'm being honest about Gerudo Navi, they they are a very like politics are all fucked, but not in the like I have become a leftist sort of way. Where it's like fuck Democrats and Republicans, I'm not getting involved in that ish, and I get
Mm.
it. That being said, I know if I add the wrong person on the political spectrum, that fucks the drive. That fucks the drive from that, because Gerudo Navi will be enough that like it balances it out. Meanwhile, like we still have some like good intellectual political conversations, and I know Gerudo will be down for that. But if I add the wrong person, that fucks that side of it.
Mm-hmm.
If I add, I think like one of the people in my head is like Wolfie Scratch, but I think it would be too queer. I love you, Wolfie. I think we would fuck up the vibes. We would make the straights weirded out too much. All right? Especially because you're a furry. Especially the furry
Oh,
part is like the biggest part.
that's the
I love you,
biggest.
Wolfie,
That's the
but you're a
biggest
furry.
thing. Being a furry.
Yeah, it is the biggest problem. It is the biggest problem. I think we just. Ooh, do I go with this motherfucker? Okay. Part of me wants another person to smoke out a little bit with. Part of me is worried. Part of me thinks that we might need somebody who's just more of a chiller, who like calms the vibes down.
Mm-hmm.
Because Gerudo Navi is a chiller, like is a chill person overall, but I
Mm-hmm.
think he's still a little too talkative sometimes. And so like the one side of me thinks we throw in Snorlax.
Mm.
Uh, Woot Snorlax, love that boy. I think they bring the energy of the carpool down just a little bit to
Just
where it's
enough.
not just. Yeah, you can't just like you can't have me at that level all the
The
time.
whole
That will be
way.
a problem. It will be a problem mostly for Gerudo and Maddie. I think they are too calm and like I would make it too much at times.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think one more chiller there. And so Snorlax might be the play. I hold up. I think we call him right now. We call him right now. Ask him a question. This decides.
This decides.
This is the deciding factor. Because I would say sushi as well, sushi or combo, but both of them are in the middle of the U.S. and everything. And so like that would be cheating. We're not doing that. We're not
Yeah.
doing that today. I swear to God, if he doesn't pick up, I'm killing myself live on stream.
Hello?
Yo, Snorlax, I have a very important question for you. You are live right now, by the way. I need you to know that you are live on the Drug Free Plays podcast with me.
Okay.
I got an important question to help me decide if you would make the final cut. So what it is a carpool. It's a hypothetical carpool. What 5 people am I putting in this like SUV carpool to go from West Coast to New York? Okay.
5 people, like, just random people?
No. I decide who the people are. Like this is my list.
Oh, okay.
And I think you hit all the important parts, but there's one part to this carpool hypothetical that I think would make you the guaranteed final pick.
Okay.
Would you be smoking weed with me on that ride?
Would I? I'm sorry. I don't smoke.
You don't do weed? Do you do edibles?
Not clean cut.
Oh, this might be.
I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I don't drink.
Does Jet? I've never seen Jet do any weed. I've never seen Jet do any weed, so I think
He'd do it, yeah.
He would? He would?
Yeah.
All right. He would be the third stoner that we would need.
Well, actually, wait, hold on. I'm not trying to. You know what?
Yeah, speak for him. That's not slander. That's good. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to smoke weed in my eyes. All right, I will ask you if you think you are a good pick. I'll lay out the carpool right now and the vibes we got.
Let's see how this goes.
And you decide if you think you would be the good way to round you out, and I'll give you the reason why I thought of you. Okay. So we have Jet. I mean, that's the guy, and we also need somebody, because like if it's a carpool from fucking California all the way to New York, we need a motherfucker who could lock in and do the psychotic driving for part of the time, you know?
I see.
Also good taste in music, good communicator, and he's comfortable with his sexuality enough to where like you got to be able to snuggle during some of the drive. It makes it more of a comfy. Yeah, you know what it is.
You're saying
5-person carpool in like a SUV, like van or SUV. Yeah.
But, man, that's close quarters, man.
In a van or SUV, 6 people total? That's not close quarters.
SUV is.
We're talking like a suburban.
Not today.
We're talking
SUV,
like we're like in an expedition or a suburban.
Yeah, not close quarters, but it's still comfier to nap in a car while you're snuggling, you know?
I see.
And Jet would be comfy with that. Next up, I needed some queer representation in this car because I can't be with too many straights without enough to balance this out. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. So we got Maddie. She's a transgender Rivals player who also is a leftist, so that would help me stay away from getting bullied for being communist. Okay? And I know she would smoke out with me. She would do some weed and shit. Then we have George Lentini. He would be another person who could round out some of the driving capabilities on the drive so that we don't just have one driver. Good conversationalist, comfortable enough that he'd be down to snuggle a little bit. Not as much as Jet. Lentini's a little bit, he's Christian, so he's got some reservations sometimes, but he'd still snuggle from time to time. It'd be good enough. And of course, good music taste. We have good music taste across the board. We need that. We need good music taste, good podcast taste, all that shit. Then needed to add one more gay representer into the mix.
Okay.
Gerudo Navi. Gay. I love that. That's an important descriptor here, by the way.
Yeah, it feels very selective, actually.
It's important to have. It's important to have some of that. But not very political at all. So that would also help balance out me and Maddie, maintain some balance. So like we don't need to be doing this full like leftist, like communist shit the whole drive, but also bro has some weird taste in like music in a good way. Like oh, this is some weird niche shit that I would have never heard, and it's fucking fire. I love this. Okay. And most importantly, I think Gerudo is like the go-to driver for this whole thing, would just fucking tank like 6-7 hours of driving at times. Okay. Now, I was thinking that maybe the energy levels might be too high sometimes. So we need somebody who's more calm, chiller, like does good conversationally, but brings down the energy levels, into a good, like chill, relaxing place sometimes. Because me, I can be a little much sometimes. And so I need to not ruin the carpool for everybody else, which means there can't just be a bunch of noisy bitches.
I see. You're right. How long is the drive from West Coast to East Coast?
I don't this would be like a week-long trip. Like we would stay in hotels and shit.
It's like 40 hours of driving or something like that.
40 hours of driving in total.
40 hours? Damn, whole work week.
Yeah, we would take a week off, and like we would it would be 2 weeks off because we would drive one way. Like that way we could kind of do like a road trip across the US as we go, stay in hotels, don't just drive straight through. That would be insane.
Yeah, no, That's doable.
Do you,
That's super doable.
do you think you would be a good choice to bring the energy levels down a little bit, like just calm, relaxed type beat?
I mean, I guess if that's what you're looking for.
Well, I'm saying, does that come naturally to you? I don't want to put you in a, yeah,
I
that
feel like if there is anyone, it's hard to find someone who can match energy levels, but also, you know, they're themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah, I'm following.
being honest.
You
It's
do a
hard.
good job of joining in on the conversation when the time is right and enjoying the vibe, but also you're like, we can relax a little right now.
It's so okay. My case, is there another person that you man?
I had some other options, but I was like, I think Snorlax would be the best option here to round it out.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be pretty good. Also be able to drive too, like 5-6 hours of driving.
That's go. You tank some shit.
Yeah, not unfamiliar with that situation, so I'd be down. Yeah, it sounds like a fun time.
Hell yeah, that's goat shit. So when this does obviously happen in 2 weeks, you know.
I just can't take the time off of work, man. That's the hard part.
No, I feel you. I'm saying. Well, hey, love you, Snorlax. You're phenomenal. You're number 5 in the dream round the country yin car trip.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate that you thought of me.
It's a big honor. It like, you know, I'm always thinking of you, baby. I miss you.
You know, too, is that you're in one of my dreams. In like the past like a week or something like that. You just happen to be in there. I'll give you the contact later. But
Okay, I'm game.
I have very like memorable dreams. Like I just like wake up and I remember my dreams.
See, that's another way you balance me out. I don't dream. I black out. No, it's actually a problem because I think it's connected to my parasomnia. Parasomnia is where like you do things in your sleep. And my body does not shut down when I'm sleeping sometimes. All right.
Scary.
It can be. It can be. Don't worry. It won't be scary to you. Don't worry. It won't harm you. It won't hurt you.
Okay. All right. I gotta go.
All right. Love you, boo. Bye.
All right.
That's crazy, bro. I actually thought he wasn't going to pick up. If I'm being real, the minute I went to call him, I'm like, he's not picking up.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's a great way. I'm glad we got the final resolution on that.
Well, hey, Jet is now required to smoke with me and Matt.
Smoking weed.
Snorlax said that Jet would.
All right, I'll tweet that out later. I'll tweet that out later, and I'll link this and said watch the last like 20 minutes for context. All right, final question.
Jesse.
Yes.
If there was one thing for you to do in your life that would allow you to truly die happy, like you would do this and you would feel like if you were to die the next day, you would be at peace with yourself.
That I can release myself from this mortal coil?
Yeah. What would that one thing to truly bring you peace be? Set this whole thing up to be joking questions just to fucking hook you in the end.
I think my problem with that question is I won't understand until the very end that I've shown and provided the amount of love and caring for those around me that needed it, that needed to have it shown by me, has been fulfilled. And I won't know that until it happens. So once I reach the other side, then I'll know whether or not I have. And I think that's the best way I can answer that.
I like that. I like that answer. I feel like I just did an answer to like end off a podcast where I'm interviewing you and not vice versa.
Just like the fucking James Lipton. It's like if heaven exists and you arrive at the pearly gates, what would the Lord say to you? Right? Like that kind of question. Fuck yeah. James Lipton. It's
That's a bit the celebrity you would fuck.
It's a bit from New Player Joint. Fuck James Lipton. Yeah, piece of shit. I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, I'm glad he's dead. I don't know what he did, but I'm glad he's fucking dead.
Exactly. But yeah, I think that's the most earnest way I can answer that, because there's still so much caring to be shown, so much love to be provided, so many more words of encouragement to be told, so many moments of understanding that people are not having to be had. And I will not accomplish that until I'm gone and I've left this world. And only then will I know if I will truly die in peace.
Damn.
Didn't expect me to have a good answer, didn't you?
No, I thought you would have a good answer.
Oh, yeah.
I expected something good. That's part of the whole reason why I was doing the bit questions. It's because I wanted it to throw you off as much as possible to like force you to really think about it and get like address yourself.
Yeah, no, I think about this stuff all the time, man. So it's just a matter of collecting myself. So I always want to give the best version of all the answers. Doesn't matter if they're a joke or not. All right, final question. And it's always a debate whether or not it goes silly or not, whether it goes serious or not.
Serious. Same way I came out of the womb, I want to die. Serious as hell.
Oh, is it naked, screaming and crying? And covered in all kinds of weird fluids.
Yeah. All serious. All serious.
All right.
It's gonna be interesting how we pull that off, but we'll figure it out.
All right. Okay. I need you to be as succinct as possible for this answer, because it is a question that I feel like a lot of people get asked. What is, in 15 words or less, what is the one thing, the one note that you could write somewhere that childhood you is the only one that has access to tell them where they will end up in the future?
I'm gonna ruin this question a little bit.
Like 15 words or less. What's the note that you would hand, childhood you, to let them know where you'll end, where they will end up?
I wouldn't leave them a note, because even through all the hardship, even through all the most painful memories, through everything, I don't want to change that, and I don't want to affect it. And having gotten to this point, I have spent a long time learning to trust myself.
Mm-hmm.
I trust that motherfucker. He did it right. There were obviously some big issues, some
Yep.
big things that he had to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But I changed that. He wouldn't have figured it out. He wouldn't have done it better. He would have done it worse. So I ain't leaving shit for him because he will figure it out. I trust him.
I love that. I love that. I love it. I love it. My friend, thank you for this. I'm glad we had this conversation. We did this part, and it's almost as long as the first part.
Dude, you had a hard cutoff time.
I had a soft cutoff time of like 7:30, so we went over by like an hour.
A soft cutoff an hour ago, a hard cutoff 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. So I would still like to say thank you for your time, man. Thank you for being here. Love the fact that we actually got someone to answer the phone because that's great. That's hilarious. That's going to be a clip that I'm going to have to tag them in.
That's real shit. Love you, Snorlax.
So, I'm going to say, as a final thing, anything you want to shout out, anything you want to promote, anything along those lines before we wave goodbye and let you on your merry way.
Whether or not I do more YouTube videos, I will be doing plenty more streams. So check out YinCasts on twitch.tv. So twitch.tv/YinCasts. Just did Rivals of Aether 2 bingo against Raven. Going to be doing that with hopefully Zeus and everything. I'm in the talks with him. Going to be doing more Nuzlocking content as well.
Hell yeah.
And of course, going to be doing more politics. We're going to be making a bigger return to the stream. So,
hooray!
Oh, and I've been doing cooking too. So, like, if you want to learn how to how to cook for yourself from a professional cook and everything, who learned it in the same dumbass way of just fucking around and finding out, let me tell you, it's a good way to learn.
Hell yeah. I didn't get a chance to tune into the stream for very long, but I'm glad I was able to make that one pun. So with that, we'll be letting you go, man. So start waving goodbye, man. Thank you very much. We'll be catching up soon for sure. Let's see the waving. Let's see the waves. Thank you very much, man. We'll be catching you on the next one, brother. We'll be seeing you. Kisses. Later. Oh, chat. That was great. That was awesome. We took way longer than I thought I was going to, and hopefully this won't happen again like that. That said, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging around. We got another one lined up fairly soon, so we'll see how that one goes. But with that, I'm gonna leave you so that I can go enjoy my night. I got some dinner I have to attend to. So we'll see you on the next one. Thank you very much, everybody. Later.